Good to see you. Good morning. We have folks still coming in. We're gonna give it a moment for folks to find a seat. I'm sure we've got some seating available. I call to order the regular board meeting of the Board of Directors for Elton Butte Irrigation District for April 17th, 2024. Mr. Sloan, would you give us the invitation?
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you, God, for letting us come together and enjoy this time with our fellow farmers. Just please bless this day and thank you for everything. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I will be the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. We will begin with the introduction of guests. While folks are still getting their seats, we'll start with those online.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have APERRAULT. I don't want to chop up your name, so I apologize. Guillermo Herrera. I have BLF, Co Owens, Delise Masil, Gary, Genevieve Allen, Dr. King, Steve Hernandez, and Ms. Clements.
Thank you
And
very
that'll
much.
be all.
Here's we have one that is unmuted. If you would mute that individual. We will begin with those in the room. We'll start with our friends from Reclamation in the front.
Good morning, Larry Vasquez, Reclamation, El Paso office.
Morning, Ralph Lucero, farmer.
Thank you very much.
Bill Hustle, farmer. And his wife June.
Yes.
Benjamin Segovia, New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. Casey Chris, farmer.
Mary Adams, Dallas Produce.
Shane Franzoy, farmer. Jerry Franzoy from Ashton, Mexico.
Oh, Sammy Singh, Anthony.
James Advice, Alpha Irrigation District. Alex Rubio, Alpha Butte Irrigation District.
Leo Barrett, I'm your maintenance director.
Brian Serrano, New Mexico State Planning Commission.
J.R. Hennessy, District 4, Office of the Same here. Jason Franzoy, farmer from Nash. Andy Franzoy, Robert Carson, Carson Farms. Colton Carpenter, farmer. Richard Moyers, farmer. Scott Boyd.
David Dice, JSI Engineering.
John Melendres, Ethos Comment.
Welcome. Thank you very much for attending our board meeting today. Next item of before we move on, Mr. Esslinger is attending the meeting from his office. He is ill. As much as I pleaded with him the last few days to get better, he's gotten worse instead. And so he is here and available to answer questions, but he is not in the room because he has no voice and doesn't want to make any of the rest of us sick. So that brings us to the approval of board minutes. So we have board minutes from March 13th, April 1st, and January 29th. We will start with the March 13th board minutes. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, the April 1st board minutes. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, the January 29th board minutes. Are there any corrections? Mr. Clayfield?
In those minutes, the word decent is used several times. I think what's intended is descent.
Thank you. You have one of the examples for it, Mr. Clayfield.
Oh, second find it. It's in there several times, let me tell you that.
I can just look at that and see what it's referencing.
Very good. Madam Secretary, if you would please make the corrections from decent to dissent as appropriate. Other corrections? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion unified to approve the minutes of March 13th, April 1st, and January 29th.
I move to accept the minutes as read.
So I have a motion from Mr. Garai to accept the minutes as presented with the correction from Mr. Clayfield. for March 13th, April 1st, and January 29th. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Glacial. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item five, resolution 2024-05 board training. So that is my agenda item. We have discussed the need for recurrent training for the board. We discussed the need for training in various things from Open Meetings Act compliance to procurement. And so I asked Deb Moulton to draft a resolution for us to consider, expressing our desire to commit to training for the board. I expect that there will be numerous resolutions that I bring before the board as we are moving towards policy development for the conduct of this board. So how do we conduct business? With the expectation that these resolutions will then be formalized in policy. But in the interim, until those policies are prepared, this is the procedure for committing to something. So I will read the resolution out loud. Whereas it is the responsibility of the board of directors to build an effective and accountable board of directors. Whereas professionalism and excellence are fundamental core values of the Elton Butte Irrigation District. Whereas Elton Butte Irrigation District's endeavors to comply with all federal and state laws prohibiting discrimination and/or harassment of individuals associated with the district, whether members, staff, employees, or volunteers. Whereas Elton Butte Irrigation District is committed to a professional work environment that prohibits unlawful discrimination, including harassment. Whereas Elton Butte Irrigation District is committed to education and training to ensure compliance with all federal and state laws, to ensure a workplace free of unlawful discrimination, including harassment. Now therefore be it resolved that the board of directors of the Elton Butte Irrigation District will conduct biannual training for the board to include its commitment to the prohibition of unlawful discrimination and harassment passed by the board this 17th day of April, 2024. I open it to discussion of the resolution. The only comment I would have is the biannual nature of it. Biannual is the cycle of our elections. It makes sense to do that in a period that will include any transition to newly elected directors.
I think someone's unmuted. I think. Clements?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just as a off-topic note, Madam Secretary, we've got an unmuted individual. Any other discussion on the resolution? Hearing none, what is the will of the board?
Move to adopt the resolution.
I have a motion to adopt resolution 2024-05.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Glacial. Moved by Mr. Rosa, seconded by Mr. Glacial. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Calendar of events. Mr. Edlinger, how would you like to handle that?
Mr. President, this is Samantha online. I'm going to be handling any requests of Gary today because of his voice. So your calendar is in your packets.
Thank you very much. So I will note the monthly pending piece for the board of directors is next week's Rio Grande Compact Commission meeting. The board of directors has numerous activities that they will be participating in next week, starting on Wednesday. Following that, in May, we have the scheduled growers meetings the week of May 6th. Specifically, they are on Thursday and Friday, May 9th and May 10th. Any questions for EBID staff regarding the calendar?
I have a question.
Mr. Glacial.
The meeting on Wednesday, the 24th, Adult Week Dam. Exactly where do we go when we get there?
So,
Mr. President, Board Member Glacial, we will be providing the board details related to that trip in the next few days.
Thank you. And the one on Thursday, I'm not, from reading the calendar, I'm not clear
The time.
what and where.
So we currently have a
Again,
scheduled. I'm sorry,
We
go
are
ahead.
working on a detailed itinerary for you. It'll look a lot like when we traveled to DC last week, so I will get that out to you by the end of this week.
Thank you very much.
And broadly speaking, we have a meeting here at EBID, and then we have a reception in El Paso
That's Thursday.
Thursday. That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions about the calendar? Thank you, Ms. Fleishman. Hearing none. Our next item of agenda is North Valley early release. I recognize Mr. Shane Franzoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are welcome.
Is it all right if I sit down?
Please do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and board members, I wanted to address the board about its decision on the water release. I was chosen by the farmers on the petition to speak for them. I understand the complexities of making the decision of when to release the water. We appreciate the discussion at the previous meeting and the questions about our issues in the Rincon Valley. We were surprised by the outcome considering the reporting and the answers from EBID experts. You know about our shallow aquifer, the poor quality of groundwater, and how an early release to the Rincon Valley is inconsequential to all EBID constituents south of us. We've had split releases dating back to 2013. When there are allotments over 6 inches, hatch would come on early. When allotments there's less than 6 inches, would come on together. With the 12-inch release, we assumed that we would have an earlier release. James Narvaez stated at the previous meeting, in order to be efficient, we need to come on at our peak demand. Dr. King stated that we need to use the water when it has the most utility. If a large quantity of crops are harvested in May, June, and early July, and we are unable to use our surface water on our chili in July and August, we will not be efficient with the later release. Growers in the Hatch Valley want to use all of our surface water. Our crops need it. When we have a late release, it makes it impossible for us to do that. In the stream system issue 101 settlement, many of us row crop farmers have a 4.5 acre foot combined surface and groundwater allotment. With the June 1st release, we are more apt to go over that allotment by not being able to utilize all of our surface water. The majority of the acreage in the Rincon Valley, 11,186 acres, wants an early release that has no consequential effect on the project deliveries. This amendment is crucial for the 2024 season and will have a huge impact. We urge you to consider amending your decision of the delivery date to have a split delivery with the release of May 1st for the Rincon Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our farming community. If you guys have any questions, we'll be willing to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franzoy. Appreciate that being concise. Open up the board of directors. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Franzoy?
Shane, one thing I'd like to say, you mentioned 11,000 acres, but I think what's important is there's about 14,000 up there. So if you'll look at that ratio.
Well, I think it's 18,500 is what it is, but I mean, it's still a significant amount of acreage.
But it's a significant amount of people who have, put that petition together more than anything, just to kind of show the new board where the numbers are and what the need is. This is not one, it's kind of a neat thing for us up there. And I've expressed that many times, and I think it's important that the rest of the board members know that, everybody, when I got on this board, give me good advice. And John, one of the things your old grandpa and Jerry and all these different, even John Solopik, He said, it's our job to deliver water to the farmers. That's what we do here, basically. You know, we do get the allocation, but our job is to get that water to the farmers. And I think it's important that we get it to them when they need it. I would no more want to tell you how to run your end of the valley because, you know, even though I'm a farmer and I understand people down there and I've got family and friends down there that do farm, I think y'all can get together as a group and say what's best for your water. And I think what this group's doing here today. Now, there's people in the Hatch Valley that disagree with that as well. I don't want you to think that everybody up there thinks that way. But I feel the majority of water users up there feel that way. And I would not like that to be something y'all don't know about. It's important that you know, and they're right here in the room here. You guys can look them right in the face, ask them a question, do whatever you want to. And they can give you kind of their own opinion on that. I think that's important. I think some of y'all want that. So they're here today, asking questions if you need to.
Thank you, Mr. Lack. Comments, further comments, questions from the board? Mr. Garai.
Mr. Franzoy,
Yes, sir.
all of you guys here, we made an informed decision to do what's best for the district as a whole. We decided to come on together, all three districts, to fix some issues that have been brought to our attention. Being that the river number one, our reasons were based on, the river started March 8th, and we know that that directly helps us in our office. The decisions we made were concise, thought out. We agreed, debated, and I believe Joe Paul agreed, and everybody, the board made a unanimous decision to do what's best for the district as a whole. I called several of you people sitting here today, pushing for May 15th release. Didn't work out that way. We thought it was gonna be a 14-inch release, turned out to be 12. Based on that, a lot of people, including some of you all, said we need water through the heat of the summer. We have a 108-degree summer like we did last year. We need water through July. So we made the best decision possible to satisfy everybody. And starting as a whole is the beginning to fix some of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Garai. Mr. Lack, let me give everyone else an opportunity. Mr. Clayton, I believe you were asking for the floor.
I called several people up there when this came in, including some onion growers. And what they told me is May 15th really doesn't help us that much. May 1st would be great. May 15th really doesn't help us that much. Including one of the guys who signed on this front page told me that. And then I called a couple who do not grow onions. And they also leave it like it is June 1st. I mean, there is more than one opinion up there. I can see we're not going to make a decision that's going to make everybody happy. I can figure that out. I don't have a dog in the fight, except for the fact that people last year in Hatch Valley were selling paper water at the end of the season to people down here, and I ain't putting up with that, because that takes away from me. So that has to be a policy decision we got to cure. That's not gonna happen anymore.
And I will mention that that specific item is on the agenda for later today.
Good, yeah. So like I said, I don't really have a dog in this fight. I'd like to do the best I can for as many people as I can. But it's not clear to me from talking to folks, exactly what that decision is. I talked to one guy who's 9 years old, not on this list, and he said the same thing. May 15th, he said, we got other crops we use our water on. May 15th doesn't help us that much. So, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't have a strong opinion, but we're trying to do the best we can for as many people as we can, as many constituents as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. Mr. Rosa, President.
In general, I am opposed to a split release. I believe that the entire district should come on board. And, it's my understanding that chili farmers, cotton farmers, alfalfa farmers, and pecan farmers all want water through the heat of the summer. When you're growing pecans, if you're not getting water on at the right speed in August, you're gonna get stick tights and you're gonna get August drop. So they're detriment to pecans as well. We're not getting our water late. And I'll say that, last meeting, some of us wanted the water to come out June the 15th. Others wanted it to come out earlier. Mr. Lack recommended a June 1st date.
I would have recommended better than that, but that's all I could give it. Go ahead.
It was his recommendation. And we agreed on that. That was the middle ground, and I stand by that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. Before I recognize Mr. Lack again,
there anyone else that would like to make an initial comment from the board of directors?
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Franzoy.
So before I get back to you for a second comment. We'll start. Slowly. Mr. Lack.
Greg, our needs are different. I disagree with some of the board members and what they said, and I have the right to do that, and I sure don't want to be, like a disagreeable person, but first of all, we explained, and so did Dr. King, that aquifer. You heard Mr. Franzoy talk about our differences. We need that water early for several reasons. When we recharge that aquifer up there, our pumps, although Mr. Grice said the river's a recharge, it doesn't recharge all of it. There's a lot of those areas up there, and I've explained that to y'all at that last meeting on that east side of that Gun Valley that don't recharge until you start watering. Those pumps have a severe salty problem. Our needs are different, and we went through all the science back in the day with the other boards, like I'm back to, he said 13. And that split release, Rafa, don't hurt anybody. At first, there was a concept that it hurt somebody. But after we went through all the science and the hydrology and had the scientists tell us, the science supported the fact that you could do a split release and not hurt anybody. And if you can do that release and it helps your brothers up or down, or have your water when you want it. You talk about that August drop, the thing about all the pumps down here, not every one of them, but most of them, you're in good water. And you're gonna pump that water on that August drop at a good time when everything is needed by that plant. But up there, we fight salt early. I can't imagine, John, I don't know who you called up there, and I sure don't want to disagree with them, but we've got all our wheat that we're still watering right now that's could sure use a May water. We've got all that second cut of hay. If you put all the salt on that hay all this time and then you don't get no good fresh water on it early, your biggest cuts are first and second. Obviously, you need that ground healthy. At that point, you don't want to salt it up and turn around and pump it later, or, or by the time you put the canal water on it, it just doesn't have near the yield that we used to make 5 tons in 2 cuts. Now we're making less than 4. And everybody's saying, why? Well, the reason is we're salting that crap out before we get to some good water. It's just real simple. So our needs are completely different. And I'd have went for a May 1 release if I could have brought, you said I suggested it. When James made the motion, June 15th, and he has a right to do that. I thought at least we could get it to June 1. And when him was sitting there talking about it, we was sure like to got at least to the 15th of May. And all the discussion happened, and the thing you said, John, that, and I want you to know respectfully, I disagree with, when you tell me I can't move my water around, that's my business, my water. It's not anybody
I
else's.
want to hold that discussion.
I understand, but he made a comment on it, and he started on it.
He
and I'm
did,
gonna
and I
just-
mentioned it to Mr. Glacial as well.
So again, those are different, and we discuss that later, but I think that's a totally different issue than, I know your passion's there, and it's okay to feel that way, but I just think we can't do anything illegal on that. But ideally, the earlier we get the water up there for our farmers, and guys, they're right over here. You said you asked some, there's some guys right here, ask them, John, they're right here in front of you. Man, far away, I'd love to see
Well, they've
that.
already got their
One
opinion.
moment, Mr. Glacial. Do you yield the floor?
I yield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. Mr. Glacial.
They've got their opinion here. I understand it and I respect it. My question is, Franzoy, will May 15th help you that much?
To be honest with you, it helps, because we'll have, 1 to 6 irrigations on onions with, good water plus the chili, because of chili. And I don't know if this was explained in the last meeting. Once the monsoon season starts, we can't use surface water on chili. When all the, there's a lot of disease that's up in the hills and stuff, and when that comes down,
I
so,
learned that.
yeah. And so you guys know that. I know that I don't have to explain that to you. So, but by the time July comes along, a lot of our demand is gone. Because we've harvested, or put our last watering on the majority of our onions. The chili's done. And so what are we left with? We're left with, cotton that doesn't, require a whole lot of water, and it's really not an important crop to us. I mean, it's important, but not as important as the cash crops of, chili and onions. And, I've heard, comments about, the aquifer health. It's not about, it is about having that.
Do you guys want
20
to come in today?
He's at the EBID board meeting.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't see people come on that. I'll get later.
So, I mean, it is about the demand, but it's more about the quality of water, having it at that critical time. You know, for the majority of our crops, even for pecan trees. I mean, we want to get those trees, you know, started off growing strong and healthy, you know, so that we can have that, you know, healthy plant whenever we do run out of surface water and we have to apply, you know, the groundwater. At least we have, you know, some structure there.
Mr. President.
Yes.
May I ask a question of Mr. Halsey?
So if Mr. Hossel is willing to take the question, I will allow that. Mr. Hossel, are you willing to take a question from Mr. Glacial?
I may not answer it.
Very good. Mr. Glacial, you may ask your question.
Mr. Halsey, does it harm you to open up May 15th? Is there a problem with you?
No,
Thank you.
Mr. Slow.
All I was gonna say, Shane, is we have some internal problems we need to fix. So for me, at least for this year, I'd like to just stay where we're at, try to fix some issues we have. Going forward, hopefully get these resolved and we can adjust to not hurt anybody. But this year, there's not gonna be time for us to fix these issues. By the time May 15th release would be, we would have, I guess, one board meeting, but it would be too tight to try to get some of these issues we have. I can't go through all the details of what we have going on, but there's some internal stuff that we need to fix. And so if we can stay on together for this year, maybe it'll give us a chance to try to fix these issues going forward, that maybe we can do the split release and it won't cause some of these other farmers problems. That's my only consideration, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mr. Garai.
and I relay the same message. It's just this year. You know, I'm an advocate for early water, early release. But like you said, there's some things going on that we have to take care of. And this is the first step.
I just wanted to know, Mr. Singh, I've seen your request. We'll finish with board comments and then I'll recognize the public. My comments. So at some point in this, depending on where the discussion goes, I may have questions for Mr. Narvaez and Mr. Barrett, so just letting you know, I may have questions for you. So I have what I believe is a deliberative and voting history on this board, supporting split releases when there are no impacts to the rest of the district. When there are negative impacts to the rest of the district, I do not support it. I also have a history as a board member and certainly as in a leadership position on this board of framing how much time we need from decision to release. I discussed it last month's meeting. I discussed it at February's meeting. I didn't go all the way back to January's minutes, but I suspect I discussed it there as well. The district needs 60 days from our decision to release in order to complete maintenance works, in order to get operational staff in place, trained and prepared for the release. At the last board meeting, I specifically noted that if we wanted to release for May 15th, that decision had to be made then. And it was deliberated by this body. I concur also with Mr. Lack's point that given the nature of the deliberation, he made a political policy decision on what he believed he could get support for and made that decision. It was ultimately the final decision was approved unanimously by this board. Where we were at today is 13 or 14 days from now until the requested release date. That is well shy of 60 and is 30 days quicker than staff would have been preparing for based on our decision last month. I am concerned about it for those reasons. I agree with some of my colleagues and disagree with others about the impacts of the split release. I support maximizing the utility of our water and finding ways that we maximize the utility for as many of our constituents as possible, while at the same time mitigating the impacts to other constituents of those decisions. I have a very difficult time supporting a May 1st release, given the proximity of the date. Those are my comments. Mr. Singh,
This is an age-old comment that has been said for the existence of EBID. The salt situation has been always there. We've always known this problem. So we can always ask the question, why are we riding the same road? And the secret to all this, the policies are there. We need to maximize our water. But due to the facts of the sensitivity of chili compared to a big pecan tree, it takes a lot of more salt to affect pecan trees. I believe in heavy chiseling each year, which a lot of pecan farmers do not do, to leach down your salts. The cause of stick tights and problem with pecans is fertilization, watering, and pruning. If you don't take those three in action, you will not accomplish your feat in pecan tree. My comment is that when are we ever going to get adjudicated so we can determine what we have and approach our an improvement of the system as what you see from the top to increase the efficiency from the top, which is drastically needed and has never been addressed. And the only thing is lack of efficiency has been as a policy. But when they give billions of dollars all over the world and they cannot give 1 billion to increase the infrastructure of the United States, of New Mexico, and your community and the people that surround you, there's something wrong, because we are really not approaching the right direction to unite ourselves. And I do feel as a pecan grower, we could get early efficiency, we can get early watering, but it would, of course, not be as efficient on its main need in the summer. But we are all family. We need to cooperate. I too was a chili farmer, vegetable grower, but I see what the future is in the bottom line. And the bottom line is uniting, but we can never make everybody happy. So that's about it. Improvement is what that needed.
thank you, Mr. Singh. I open it to other public comment. Mr. Brandway.
I want to ask Leo a
So you may ask me a question and I will consider forwarding it on the staff.
I was just, in a hatchery, I was looking at the system. It don't look like to me it take very much work to get the system ready for release.
So your question is, when can the system be ready for release?
Yes.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? Sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Richard Moyers. I farm in Hatch. I'm a Majestic Farms. I talked to Mr. Dry on the phone. The first thing I told him, he asked me is the earlier the better. I understand all of you guys got different farms, different crops and stuff like that. And it's not always better for, I mean, I could be greedy and tell him I want to water early. So what I told Mr. Dry was, to make it fair to everybody, I think what should happen is as long as June is covered, and say it takes 8 weeks to use 12 inches, cover June and then go forward. And that's what I told Mr. Brown. He suggested, well, we're gonna try to get May 15th opening, which I wish it was sooner, but I mean, everybody, we all got a farm, we all gotta make a living. So I left it at that. I thought we were gonna get it in 15 weeks. A lot of things you guys don't understand in Hatch is a lot of our laterals do not carry a lot of water, and especially the roadie lateral. And I got about 200 acres on the roadie lateral. Bill Porter has probably about 800 acres. When Mr. Porter gets the water, I gotta start pumps, whether I got canal water or not. So a late release doesn't help me on the roadie lateral. On the Rincon lateral, you can ask Joe, they got pumps down there, pumping down the river. I got 500 acres. If somebody above me has the water, I gotta start pumps, because they don't got enough water to sufficiently clean. We did an early order date A lot of the times, a lot of us early guys can use our water, get it out of the way, get our crops up, get that root established. And then the other guys can take the water when July starts, we can finish our crop. So I think it is very necessary to try to get that water early. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments from the public?
Is it all right if I respond?
Yes, I would include you in that, Mr. Francois, Mr. Shane Francois.
So the purpose of EBID is to store and deliver water to the growers. A lot of decisions that you make are relied on, snowpack. And, of course, we know the water's still up in the mountains and it hasn't come down yet. So you're making a decision on forecasts and a lot of things. So you never know how much water we're gonna have until the very last minute. As far as having the system ready, I mean, we used to get water February 15th and irrigate through October 15th. Why is the system not ready now? I mean, to me, the system should have been ready way before. I mean, what if we would have received a snowpack like the Sierra Nevadas did last year and we got a full allotment? I mean, would we be ready for that? I think, in my opinion, if you're not ready by May 1st, I mean, that's an issue as a grower that, needs water. I mean, that's a serious issue.
Thank you, Mr. Francois, and I will be happy to address your question. Mr. Barrett, Mr. Vice, I will come back to you about when can the system be ready? But the question of why is the system not ready now? So it is the stated desire of this board, the stated desire of the district to maximize the use of the assessments that our members pay annually for the operation and maintenance of the district. When there is not going to be water in the system, it makes most sense to have our maintainers continuing to maintain and improve the system as much as they possibly can during those times that they're not in the system. Is it possible for us to have the system ready to go January 1st? Yes. It would require reprioritizing what we're maintaining and what we're improving, and then not doing any additional work from January 1st on. When I discuss the need for 60 days, there is a generalized plan for maintenance and improvement of the district facilities during our off season. But we're never sure how much more water is going to come in. So in discussing it with the manager, and then the manager discussing it with staff, how much time is needed when we adjust fire and say, this is going to be this day. The consensus for several years has been 60 days. We can make 60 days work. If you'll just give us 60 days, we will wrap up whatever we're working on. And we will postpone the things we can't get to, and we will have the system ready to go. We will hire the individuals we need for operation season. We will get them trained. We can do that in 60 days. So that is the process that this board and management has followed for several years, for the time that I've been monitoring this board and the time that I've been sitting on this board, in order to most effectively utilize the assessments of our members. It could have been ready now if we had made a decision 60 days ago that said now is the release date. We certainly can't do it on one day's notice. Whether we can do it on shorter notice than 60 days is uncertain. 60 days has been agreed upon, is always sufficient. I'll allow you to follow up, Mr. Franzo, if I didn't properly answer your question.
So is it fair to say that we will never get a release earlier than May 15th? Because normally it's the middle of March when you have the information that you need to make that decision.
That would not be fair to say. So again, I've not reviewed January's minutes. There's a decent chance that I brought to the attention of this board, if you want to make a release on March 15th, we have to make a decision now. We discussed it again in February. There was a statement from this board that was not opposed, that it was premature to make a decision. Brought it up in March. So it would not be fair to say that it would never be this early. It would be fair to say the decision has to be made earlier if we are going to do it this early. That would be fair to say. So we released the water, I believe, on May 1st last year. Is that correct? And presumably, we would find that we were making that decision, in the March 1st timeframe. Certainly earlier than right now. In the question of when we make that release, there are many things that go into that. Most of it deals with how much water is already in the reservoir allocated to EBID in order for us to deliver to our members. And this board has chosen never to bank on water that has not yet arrived at the reservoir. Mr. Garai.
To answer your question, Shane, yes, we will start earlier. This year, we've decided to do what's best to try and fix some issues that James mentioned. Yes, we will start earlier. This year is an exceptional year. We're trying to fix some issues, correct some things, and the board made a decision, a unanimous decision on what's best for everybody this year. But to answer your question, yes, we will consider the earliest release possible going forward.
Well, and with that being said,
Mr. Franzo.
sorry. With that being said, with that June 1st release, what is it, 78 days, I believe?
That was the
Roughly.
figure given last month.
Yeah, so that's gonna put us, almost August, 15th, 18th, something like that. And what, to John Clayschultz's point, there's gonna be a lot of water left over at Hatch that we can't use because it's not gonna be physically possible to use it if we don't have a crop to put it on. And, and so that's an issue for us too. It's not that we want to use our water, our surface water. I mean, we try, but you just wouldn't, our season, like on a lot of our onions, our demand is in the spring, not in the summertime. And then that crop's harvested and we're done and there's just no way we can use it. So now, we put that June 1st, it's just gonna be, that much more with an acre foot. And that's why we've always in the past, we kind of relied on getting an earlier release because the demand in the Hatch area, for the majority of the farmers is in that May and June timeframe.
Mr. Light.
Okay, Greg, I see this as a real simple thing. Look, we can do anything down here and talk about it, but then Randy, when the policy is issued and they find out, farmers, they have the right to come down here and talk to you and say, hey, maybe you missed this, maybe you didn't see that, maybe you weren't completely instructed on the full effect of what's going on, the utility of the water, a lot of things. Greg, we got two people in the room right here. The 1st of June is not too far from the 15th of May. I know that 60 days is important, but there's two men right here in the room. Ask them, can they get that water ready? That's the first question you do. If they get it ready, then what's the holdup and why? It's real simple.
I suspect I will be asking this.
Thank you.
I also want to concur with Mr. Lack that it is appropriate for the members of EBID to petition their board for a change in policy or a direction they wish us to choose when forming policy that is appropriate. And I am grateful to all of you who've taken the time to be here today. The world is run by those who show up. Mr. Franzoy.
Mr. President, another thing that slows us down for using our water real quick is we got a lot of drip irrigations up in the Hatch area. And it just slows the water down. It takes a lot more time to get it through the fields through a drip irrigation.
Mr. Roderosa.
Mr. President, Mr. Franz,
Yes.
if I could clarify something. I think what Mr. Glacial was suggesting was not that you can't sell it. I think he was suggesting you can, just not so close to the. But we're gonna talk about that later.
Yes.
I'm not mentioning anything else.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. If I may, Mr. Barrett, are you, prepared to present on what you have going on and what would be required to change your maintenance operations to meet an earlier date?
I'll be honest with you, with my 36 years here with the district and the last 17 listening to board meetings and listening to talk about water allotment timeframes, and being from Hatch myself, I mean, we just automatically look at the first of May for the Hatch Valley as far as our maintenance goes. So we've been used to that. And my foreman in Hatch has already conveyed to me that with the exception of just a couple turnout repairs, we're ready to go. So major construction, we finished, we're done with the majority of all of that. We've shut down, we've moved into our pre-water season timeframe where James's men are out burning and we're doing some final dipping here at the last minute turnout repairs. So, but as far as the system itself goes, by May 1st, we will be ready to have it done.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Narvaez, same question for you.
I'll concur with Leo. We're ready as far as personnel. We've been starting training already, so we typically, along with going to the past board meetings, we start to prepare towards December, more or less. We kind of get an idea just because of the way the drop's been the last few years. So we kind of targeted some around May, depending on what we're looking at on the allocation. And, looking at it was going to be close to 12. We kind of started our pre-water already, so we do plan ahead for that, just to kind of get an idea. So we're ready to go. It takes water to train the guys anyway, so get us water in there and we can get that.
Water orders, Mr. Narvaez, I don't know if that falls under.
Yeah, water orders, we simply open the water desk, and start taking orders.
Are they, would they be prepared to go tomorrow?
We'd have to get notification out, and that's another thing that I'll present here a little bit, that we're gonna send out a quicker way of notification when the season can actually start. So we have an email process now that we're working with for that.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Narvaez. Yes, sir.
Staying with Richard Moyers, I'm on that Rody lateral. And he's right, we need water and everybody needs water and you can just do so much. So the earlier you get it, gives everybody a little bit of a chance down the road to get the water. Otherwise, everybody's screaming and salt's eating us up and, we need that good water. I don't care if it's hay, pecans, hay, the best market's the first 2 cuts. Down the road, it don't help us. So that's why the earlier we get it, it helps us out. And like he said, it's easier on ditch riders, it's easier on everybody. Everybody not so stressed out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to close public input. Thank you very much, Mr. Narvaez, Mr. Barrett. Further discussion from the board?
I'd just like to thank Mr. Franz.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. Appreciate it. And the discussion's been great. The last meeting, watch the last meeting and the discussion back and forth is good and I appreciate that. I just want you guys to understand, it's a different world up there, and I understand it's a different world down where you guys are at too. And, I don't think that split release is hurting anybody. It's helping the Hatch area. So thank you for considering it.
Greg, I really appreciate the way these men held their cool. There's a lot of people in the room here, and I asked about it. They work. Appreciate that, guys, y'all been doing, but I'd like to make a motion, at least move it to the 15th of May and see where that goes.
All right, that is a motion. So to clarify, because this board has made a previous decision, that is a motion to amend a previous decision of this board, and it is a valid motion. It requires a second.
I'll second it.
I have a second from Mr. Glacial. It is open for discussion. So the motion is to amend our previous decision to start releases
looks all the way around, what do you call it?
360.
Fisheye. And then these go to whatever. whoever-
Mrs. Dahlia, you are unmuted. Thank you. I lost track where I'm at. There's a motion on the floor to amend our previous decision to set the release for the purchase and diversion to May 15th. Do I understand that motion? Right, man. That's right. Put it up for discussion. Mr. Ludwig.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. Yeah. I appreciate everybody turning it off. Because nobody's wrong. What they're saying is true, but the decision that the board made before was true. So, it's a tough call, but I just want to make the comment that everybody's really right. It's just, we gotta come up with a decision. Like I said, everybody's not gonna be happy. But, it's kind of like Mr. Singh said, we all gotta get together and do what's best. Make this tough decision.
Thank you, Mr. Ledry. Mr. Garai.
I'd like to say that it is a tough decision. And now, question, all of you that are here today, out of all of you, only one called me. Why is it? Nobody else called with any concern. All this blindsided us till we find it out secretly. Why? Why didn't any of you call with concerns?
So I'm not gonna open that.
No.
It is a statement by Mr. Garai. I'm not gonna open that to, public comment, but thank you. Mr. Rosa.
So I appreciate that, there's a lot of acreage up there that is in support of this. My family has arguably the most acreage in the valley. And we get one vote. And until that system changes, we need to, work off of that. We need to work off of who has the most votes and, everybody, when I went to Hatch to collect signatures for my petition to run for the board, every single person that I talked to about this supported a simultaneous release. And there may be more acreage up there that wants an early release, but I think there are more farmers up there that want a simultaneous release, that want their water moved.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. My comment. So you've heard me beat the drum in 60 days. I like to have bright lines in where I stand on policy. I like folks to know where I'm going to fall, and it's not an arbitrary surprise. That said, this 60 days isn't an arbitrary number. It is expected to give staff and the district sufficient time to complete their work to be prepared to release. We've received testimony today from Mr. Barrett and Mr. Narvaez that they are ready to go. And so the 60-day timeframe is substantially less of a concern. Mr. Narvaez talked about the need for notification to our members, preparation of the order desk. And the first date could make that difficult. A May 15th date makes that more reasonable, especially given our grower meetings, which are scheduled for May 9th and 10th. Given that, I support the motion.
What is the motion?
The motion is to amend our previous decision to allow for a release from the purchase diversion on May 15th. A diversion of purchase on May 15th. Further discussion from the board. Mr. Glacial.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Garai's comment about why nobody called him. But, Mr. Franzo has enlightened me. So that's why I seconded it.
Thank you, Mr. Glacial. Further comment from the board. Hearing no further discussion, we will put it to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. We will.
Can I get that clarification?
Madam President, Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll? So the secretary is going to call us from District 1 through from Precinct 1 through Precinct 9, and you will state your vote.
Precinct 1,
Everything that's transpired here today, I will vote in favor of.
precinct 2,
Yes.
precinct 3,
No.
precinct 4,
Yes.
precinct 5,
No.
precinct 6,
No.
precinct 7,
Aye.
precinct 8,
Nay.
precinct 9.
Me.
Your vote doesn't count, right, Mr. President?
What's the total count, Madam Secretary?
3 yes. 5 no. Not including yours, Mr. President.
Not counting yours, she's right.
Not counting yours.
Not counting yours, she's right.
Oh, not
Mr.
counting mine.
President, I had the same vote as Naomi, so I've confirmed.
Thank you. So 3 in favor, 5 against?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The motion fails. Brings us to our next item of business, which is water resources. Dr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get set up. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, well,
If I can have you hold one moment, Mr. President. So I do want to note that there is a discussion later on our agenda regarding water transfers.
You want to stay there discussing?
That's not now, but it's later on our agenda.
About 3 o'clock.
Stay, please.
I'm just kidding.
Stay.
So I want to just be sure that everyone that was in attendance knows that, and that may be a topic of interest. Please proceed, Dr. King.
okay, thank you. Okay, well, we are sitting at a time of fairly rapidly changing conditions in the river upstream. I'll show you that we've got the spring runoff just starting, and it hasn't quite made it to Elephant Butte yet, but it will begin to do so, we all hope, in the very near future. This is our storage as of April 15th. We had 418,000 in Elephant Butte, about 52 in Caballo, for a total project storage of about 470. We had 155 acre feet of estimated Rio Grande compact credit water. And that represents a slight over delivery by Colorado. Notice that they're hitting their delivery target within 200 acre feet, which is phenomenal management up there. We've got about 7,000 acre feet of San Juan Chama water. So our usual project storage, which is the total less compact credit and San Juan Chama, is there about 463. We also have minimum pools in Elephant Butte and Caballo of 10,000 and 12,000 respectively, and a 5,000 acre foot reserve for evaporation and reservoir losses. As of the 15th, we'd released about 98,000. So we're looking at a seasonal supply of 541,000. And at this point, the inflow is about 600 acre feet per day. Last month's board meeting, it was about 1,000, and it has tapered off, but I believe that's about to change, and I'll get into that with you here in just a minute. We did yesterday hold a allocation committee meeting, which allocated water based on April 12th conditions. We did it up through April 12th because they were having some instrumentation problems up at Caballo over the weekend. So we just took the last, solid numbers we had, which were April 12th. In this, we are assuming a diversion ratio of 0.87, which is the same one we used for the March allocation, and that drought factor of 0.96, which will remain constant for the season. As of the 12th, the previous slide was as of the 15th. As of the 12th, we had about 540,000 acre feet. That's about 32,000 acre feet more than what we had last time around. And the Mexico allocation at this point is 39,000. Now, one thing to keep in mind at this point is that if that first number, the seasonal supply number, reaches 600,000, Mexico will go to 60,000. And that means that Mexico will get a bigger chunk of it. If we have 600,000, basically Mexico will get about 20,000 off the top to get them up to 60,000. Hope that's clear. We had about 242,000 acre feet of carryover water between the two districts. That was 176,000 for EP1. They got 80,000 of current year's water for a total of 256. We had 83,000 from last year. We got about 91, so we are at 174.7. That equates to an equivalent of about 12.7 inch allotment. Now, I'm not recommending any action at this point, but you see that it has crept, that basically the 0.7 inches is what it's crept up since the last allocation we did and the allotment that we did in March. Looking at the river, first of all, are there any questions on this part of it?
Mr. Robbie Rosa.
Mr. President, Dr. King, is
Yes.
the conveyance factor similar for water delivered to EBID as it is for water delivered to EP1? Or is that an average conveyance across the entire project?
The 55%?
Yes.
No, the 55% represents the efficiency between our diversion point at the river and the collective delivery points at all of our farms. EP1 has a higher conveyance efficiency for a number of reasons. They have lined a whole lot more of their main system than we have. They also, they have district wells that pump into their system. So a lot of the water arrives closer to the point of delivery. Their biggest customer is El Paso Water Utilities, and it's essentially a line system all the way to their surface water treatment plants. So they do run higher. They probably run up in the 70s in terms of their conveyance efficiency, but it's an internal from diversion to delivery.
Thank you for that clarification. So that conveyance of 55% is an average across just EBID, but farmers that are further down on the lateral, say, may have worse conveyance. Well, they contribute more to a loss of conveyance than farmers that are higher up on the lateral, right? It's not the farmer, it's the system that contributes to that loss.
I'll have to clarify the question, Dr. King. Is the conveyance efficiency best at the head of any diversion system, and is it the worst at the tail of any diversion system?
Yes, always, of course.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
It can't, unless you have return flows coming in, it can't be better at the tail.
Thank you for that clarification. Without return flows, it's always worse at the tail.
So projects that pump directly out of the river, West Side Canal, East Side Canal, and deliver to the tail end of laterals should maybe substantially improve that conveyance percentage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's slower in the canals in the river.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roby.
If you can turn the tail of a system into the head, that you definitely improve your conveyance efficiency.
Mr. Sloan, you had a question.
Dr. King, I was just curious, you said you had an allocation meeting. Who is present at that meeting?
We had the Bureau of Reclamation represented by Michelle Estrada Lopez and Jerry Melendez from the El Paso. Michelle is from the Albuquerque office and Jerry is from the El Paso office. Michelle's at Albuquerque, Jerry's El Paso. We had Al Blair, Robert Rios, I think Jay Ornelas was there. And then James Narvaez and I. Did I miss anybody, James?
Assistant water master for.
Yeah.
Enrique is a new part, assistant water master.
What's Enrique's last name?
Perez. Sorry.
Perez. Enrique Perez.
Perez.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys meet remotely or do you guys meet in person?
Remotely.
You do.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mr. Glacial.
Dr. King, our delivery obligation is at the state line, but it's measured down by the old Rio Grande power plant. I know that there is a number come up with by Dr. Maddox to compensate for the effect that the Candy Teal well field has on that measurement. Do we still use Dr. Maddox's number?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr.
You
Lack.
recall that number, Dr. King? I think it's 77,000 acre feet, but I'm off the top of my head.
No, it's 95% of the 95% is the number that Dr. Maddox provided. It's 95% of the pumping from the Candy Teal well field while we are on diversion accounting, when the pumping from the Candy Teal well field is affecting the diversion ratio and therefore EBID's allocation.
Thanks, sir.
This, by the way, is an amendment to the operating manual that was formalized in 2021, although we did apply it in several prior years.
Thank you, Dr. King. Mr. Lack.
Dr. King, Joe Lack, I see our supply is 539 for totally 540. And we still got water coming in. I know it's getting a little ahead of the inflow, but what is the inflow today? Because I've got a question while that's still up there for you.
I'll show you that in my next slide. Well, let me back up. The inflow right now,
600.
let me literally back up. The inflow right now is about 600 acre feet per day.
Okay, now we're letting out how much a day?
600 acre feet per day.
The release from.
What's the release right now from Coal?
Oh, what we're releasing,
I think the order's about 500 CFS, so about 1,000 feet right now.
So we're going down, not up.
They cut drastically. Or what
Yeah.
else today?
EP1 is, Mexico is taking about 144 CFS right now, which is 4 cubic meters per second. EP1 is running pretty low right now. I was thinking, I saw the water order this morning, but I think it was 645 CFS. Does that sound right, James or Larry?
Dr. King, Reclamation just provided us a number of 667 667 cubic feet per second is the current release from Caballo.
Yeah, what I was getting at, Dr. King, is that we don't want to hit that 600 and lose 30,000 more acre feet or 29 to Mexico. You see what I'm saying?
So I'll jump in there real quick, Dr. King. That 539 number only goes up.
Right.
Goes up. Seasonal supply includes releases. And so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we release, okay. Because what I was wanting to say.
It includes what we released already. We add in, it's the change in storage plus the water released from storage.
I was hoping that it was what we had on in storage, because that may be one reason to release it a little earlier. That's bad. Thank you. Yourself. Thank you. We're not gonna lose it. If it comes in, it comes in.
Okay.
Were there other questions for at this point? Please continue, Dr. King.
Okay, thank you. This is what the flows look like going down the river. The dark blue bars are the mean for this day, which was early this morning. It's the mean for the day. And you see that up and down the river, we are below the average. However, Otoe and Cochiti, these upstream gauges are quite a bit higher than what we're seeing down here. And that's because there is the onset of the spring runoff has been working its way down the river over the last few days, very few days. We've got only 10% of average at San Marcial. This is only in the floodway. That is the main channel of the river. No, this is, come to think of it, this is both. This is the flow at San Marcial in the river and in the low flow conveyance channel. You see that that's way down here at about, at about 25% of average, whereas up here at Otoe, we're at about 55% of average. And the big reason for the discrepancy is this spring runoff has hit these upper gauges, but it's still making its way down to these lower gauges. And I pulled the hydrographs from 4 of those gauges. The top one is Otoe. The second one is the Middle Rio Grande at Albuquerque. And you see the Otoe gauge here probably on about the 13th. It started to take off. Then maybe a day and a half later, Albuquerque started to take off. And then another maybe day and a half, Bernardo started to take off. And it just hasn't hit San Marcial, and they appeared to be having some instrumentation problems down here too, but it hasn't hit San Marcial yet. You'll notice a couple of things happen. It kind of flattens out as you go down. You know, you get less of that surge is making it down. That's because it attenuates, that as it stretches out, but also there's losses up and down the river with diversions and river losses and so on. So the critical question here, and the one that we're really waiting to see what happens, is what actually makes it to Elephant Butte Reservoir. And you really never know until you see it, but we're about to see it.
Dr. King, this is Greg. Is Abiquiu in flood operations right now?
Pardon?
Abiquiu Dam, are they operating in flood operations?
No.
They pass through.
No, and that's one of the things that makes this a little bit more uncertain of what's exactly going to happen. I mean, they can't store in El Vado because of construction activities there. They can't store in Abiquiu because it's not authorized for it unless it's flood storage. And this is all, you know, in Rio Chama, this is all well within the channel capacity. So there's no flood operations at this point.
Thank you very much.
So what they're, you know, this what's unique is they're not building up storage in upstream reservoirs except for PNP, which that's the Prior and Paramount water rights up there. And that isn't very much water. So we should see more of the runoff reaching Elephant Butte than we typically would. Although what we've typically seen in recent years isn't very good considering the conditions. So
if I understood that comment, a greater percentage of the runoff is going to make it to Elephant Butte, but less total water.
I am hoping that a greater percentage will make it down than made it down, say, in 2021 or 2022, where we basically didn't have a spring runoff. But with you know, with the storage conditions, I'll show you the forecasts are saying that while we're right around average for the snowpack and precipitation thus far, we're going to be looking at something a lot lower in terms of percentage of average runoff. But I'll get to that shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Rovirosa.
Mr. President, Dr. King, is this the average over the course of the last, is it the life of the project, or is this the last 10 years, last 20 years?
It is the 30 years from 1990 to 2020. Sorry, 1991 to 2020.
What year did we enter the drought? What year did we move out of that wet cycle?
Well, one of the worst years for runoff in the history of the project was 2002. Okay. That particular year, we had sufficient storage to make a full allocation. But the first short allocation we had was in 2003. So 2002, we emptied the reservoir. 2003, it came home to roost.
So I would say that these numbers are actually, not necessarily representative of what a good year looks like. Because if we're getting 100% of a good year, even if it's 3 years in a row, it's 100% of a good year in the dry cycle. So wouldn't it make more sense to know how good we're doing by comparing it to 100% of a good year in the wet cycle? And then maybe give us a caveat of what it looks like during a dry cycle and then what it looks like truly average? Because if we're getting 100% of dry years, that's not enough water. We need 100% of wet years.
I'll tell you what, when I get to the actual forecasts, can I address the question then? Because that's where we really are talking about.
Yes, Dr. King, that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah. Because what I'm showing you in these hydrographs, this is just the actual flow, not relative to anything. These are percentage of average, again, for the 30 years from 91 to 2020. We are not seeing a strong trend, however, in precipitation. In other words, we're seeing a big reduction in runoff, but not necessarily due to a reduction in precipitation, rather to an increase in temperature in the upper watershed, which leads to higher watershed losses. So these are precipitation of average. One other thing that I'll point out here is that some of these statistics use average as a indicator of central tendency, and some use median. I don't sweat that difference too much in these presentations because it's kind of conceptual. You think of above that is wetter than it's been over these last 30 years. Below that is drier than it's been over these last 30 years. So they're both central tendency indicators, but you'll see some statistics use one and some statistics use the other. So I just say that for your purpose. But anyhow, what you see here is our snow water equivalent is right about average for this day of the year, based again on that last 30 years. And the total precipitation is maybe slightly lower, but we're still, bouncing around average with our precipitation this water year. And by the way, when I say water year, that's October 1st to September 30th. So we're in water year 2024, which began October 1st, 2023. These are the SNOTEL charts from NRCS for the headwaters, which is up there above the Colorado state line, basically. And you see that the peak did peak up over the daily median, pretty close to it though. Figure this was about a typical year. These now are median indicators. The upper Rio Grande, which is from the Colorado state line to Otoe Gauge, we peaked a little better than the daily median, not quite up to the annual median. Other one too. And then on this one, the Elephant Butte, which is Otoe Gauge down to San Marcial, or no, I guess to Elephant Butte Dam. We actually peaked above both the daily median and the annual median. Unfortunately, you notice on these scales, this is 0 to 10, this is 0 to 12, this is 0 to 14. There's more water up here, both in terms of depth and in terms of area, than there is down here. So this one looks better, but it doesn't represent as much water going into the river. Bottom line is, we had a fairly typical, based on the last 30 years precipitation or snowpack, a fairly typical year.
Mr. Clayfield.
Dr. King, you may already know this, but last week when Mr. Calkins and I were in Washington, D.C., the CEO of MRG-CD was there working on El Vado Dam, which is their storage dam. And they stopped construction. He said that Reclamation had asked him to come to a meeting this week in Denver, which he said that's never a good sign. And I would think that's probably accurate. So I don't know what that means to El Vado Reservoir, of course, they're scrambling to try and figure out where they can store water somewhere else. Just a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Clayfield. Dr. King.
Okay. This is our 8 to 14 day precipitation outlook, and instead of being hot and dry in the forecast, it's going to be warm and wet, which is definitely better than hot and dry. This is a forecast that was issued yesterday for the period April 24th to 30th. Pardon me, I missed a space there. And so that's kind of the outlook in the short term. The outlook in the longer term, like getting out to our monsoon season, I did take a look at those. They are not particularly optimistic, but they're quite old. They were issued, I believe it was March 21st. So I went ahead and included these because they're more recent, and they do change, but they update these shorter term ones more frequently than they do the longer term forecasts. This is our drought monitor from the board meeting last month. And this is our drought monitor now. You see very little change. We persisting with the local extreme drought and the entire Rio Grande watershed at least abnormally dry down to extreme drought. And that is expected to persist. This is the seasonal the seasonal April 1st to June 30th seasonal outlook, and they aren't anticipating a lot of improvement in the drought conditions during that period. And so the El Nino Southern Oscillation conditions, you see, I hope you're getting used to this graph by now. It takes a little while, but once you do, it really summarizes a lot of information. Going from last year up to this year, we had this El Nino event here. We are still technically in El Nino because it has a lag. You've got to be out of El Nino conditions for about 3 months to go into neutral conditions. But notice that neutral conditions now for the April-June period transitioning into neutral conditions has an 85% chance, which is highly likely. So we will be in neutral conditions, not El Nino or La Nina. And then a very good chance that we will be developing La Nina conditions in the June through August period, which coincides with the onset of our monsoon season.
Mr. Roby Rosa.
Dr. King, are there any trends, or is there any correlation between the amount of precipitation we get during our monsoon season and the state of the Pacific Ocean, be it La Nina, neutral, or El Nino?
To tell you the truth, I don't see a strong correlation for our monsoon. It certainly has an effect on precipitation in California, in northern coastal Mexico. It probably also has an effect over the northern Rockies when you get up, north of the Rio Grande basin. In fact, what happens when you're in El Nino, it's kind of frustrating, is you get these big powerful storms that come in off the California coast, and they seem to sense the Rio Grande basin and go up north over it, and it'll snow like crazy in Denver, and we get not so much. I was up in Denver recently, and the snow, certainly you can tell when you're out of the Rio Grande watershed because the snow looks so much better.
Sure. So that's winter precipitation and snowpack. What about monsoon season and rain in the summer?
Yeah, monsoon, I guess I would, I got to be careful here, not getting too anecdotal, but I know that, for example, in 2006, when we had very freakish monsoonal events, you remember that was when Hatch flooded and all that, El Paso got ridiculous levels of rain. that corresponded with certainly high temperatures off the equatorial Pacific, but very high temperatures even off the California and Baja California coasts, well north of the equator. I know that the forecasts tend to put some weight on monsoon on El Nino conditions when looking to our monsoon. Like I think that's that on those forecasts that I show you for the precipitation forecast, those seem to be affected by El Nino conditions. But I have looked at the data myself, and I have a hard time teasing out anything particularly highly correlated or even moderately correlated. It looks.
So how much do our monsoons have to do with how active of a hurricane season the Atlantic has?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Trying to think, I go back and I think about the big years we had, like 2005, we had a pretty good monsoon. And that's also when we had, there may be a correlation there. I haven't really looked at that.
And with El Nino, it seems like there are usually more shearing winds over the Atlantic, which weakens shearing winds coming from the Pacific over the Atlantic, which weaken the hurricane season, even though the Atlantic may have exceptionally hot water like last year.
Yeah.
So could there be some long-term effects or maybe some consistent effects with El Nino causing weaker hurricane seasons and thus weaker monsoons for us? Is there anything that shows that?
Again, these aren't numbers I've run. You can try to, what you're talking about now is trying to explain the atmospheric physics. What's a whole lot easier to take a look at is just a statistical relationship. And I confess I haven't done that yet for hurricanes.
Okay, well, I'll be interested in seeing that information if it exists.
Be an interesting little master's thesis, though.
I'm gonna pass, but please continue, Dr. King.
Okay, speaking of forecasts, this is okay, a couple things to point out here. Notice that when I'm talking about the percentages of normal, the normal here is represented by the 30-year median rather than the 30-year average. Again, it's just a central tendency indicator. Do also note that this is not for the March through July runoff, but the April through July runoff, because March is already done. So this is April 1st through July 31st runoff forecasts. And what this is saying right here is that we have a 50% chance of getting 186,000 acre feet past San Marcial, which would be 60% of the 30-year median. Okay. It is not, again, the other thing that you have to consider is that we've got an 80% chance of getting somewhere between 0 and 375,000 acre feet in. So it's still highly uncertain. A lot of the work, for example, when Reclamation is doing their annual operating plans, there's a heavy focus on the 70%. We've got a 70% chance of getting 109,000 acre feet. So if we take that number, you remember that it's going to take 60,000 to get us up over 600,000 for the year and put Mexico into a full allocation of 60,000 acre feet. They would then automatically get 20,000 acre feet of this 109,000, and the rest would be available to the two districts. And this is by the end of July. So there is still a lot of uncertainty over what's going to happen in the remainder of this snowmelt runoff season. Okay. Keep in mind, I did show you that the current allocation would be and correspond to an allotment of a little over 12 inches. We do expect a little bit of, some contribution from spring runoff that will put Mexico, if I had to guess at this point, well, I'll just go to it.
Okay, I'm going for 15.
So the snowpack peaked about average or median. Total precipitation also is near average. Notice on those though, 50% chance of 66%, 70% says we'll only get 39% of median. So even with average, we're getting well below average. With high level of confidence, we're getting well below average runoff. And that has been consistent, particularly in these average years, which were terrible runoff years, but about average snowpack. There were several of them in the last half decade that have done exactly that. So the current inflow is about 600 acre feet per day. I expect that to go. Let's see, we were at about 3-4 days downstream. Yeah, it should be. We should start to see water arriving at San Marcial, which is the gauge right at the head of Elephant Butte Reservoir. Should probably start to see that hitting late today or early tomorrow, and we'll keep an eye on it. We've currently got this 175,000. If I had to bet at this point, I'd say Mexico probably will go over 60K. I didn't think so earlier in the season, but the runoff and the forecasts have been better. And I actually think that having El Vado Reservoir offline is going to help us reach that as well. But again, this runoff is just starting now in April. It will probably be about done sometime in late June or early July. I don't think it's going to be enough to make a huge adjustment, but 14 inches is a possibility, but don't count on it. And I add that don't count on it because I've heard from several people who came in and said, well, why is it only 12 inches? You told us it was going to be 14. Let me be very clear on this. It is 12 inches. That's what we've got in the bank. That's what we've got allotted. And we don't allocate or allot water until it's in the reservoir because it has to run that gauntlet of the Middle Rio Grande in order to get to our reservoir. Don't count on it being there until it actually is there because it's pulled some surprising disappearing acts over history from snowpack up on the San Luis Valley, on the mountains surrounding the San Luis Valley, and water in Elephant Butte Reservoir. A lot can happen. So 14 is a possibility. I'm not saying it's definite by any stretch. What I am saying is don't count on it, but it's a possibility. And I know this throws you right in a very difficult place in terms of the release date you were discussing earlier before my presentation. This is right where it gets iffy, and I'm sorry, but I can't give you a firm. I can't tell you at this point that we will make 14 inches. I'm telling you it's a possibility to consider, and uncertainty is certainly a part of what you have to deal with your decision-making process. And with that, are there any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. King. Are there questions for Dr. King from the board?
When does he think?
One moment, Mr. Singh. Thank you. Mr. Singh, you had a question.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. When do you think that could possibly happen? Mid-July?
So the question of increasing allotment?
Yes, when does Dr. King maybe he can predict
So-
yes or no.
So I will answer that. So in the prediction of when the water will get there, that is a total guess. In the question of when will the allotment occur, the change in allotment will occur when this board decides that. This board has stated on numerous occasions that it is hesitant to make allotment changes after the 1st of June because of the impacts to farmers, clients, with the Office of the State Engineer and their diversion limits.
Thank you.
Right, and Mr. Chairman, that is exactly correct. I should say that the runoff may make a 14-inch allotment feasible, but it's not necessarily what this board chooses to do. You know, there are, I am hoping that we wind up with excess water at the end of the season and we carry it over into next season. Like that 88,000 that we're starting this year with is a big help. That's half our water this year. So if it comes late, it is not lost. It stays in our account. And so we will make use of it next year.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Dr. King. Mr.
Thank you.
Narvaez.
Members of the board, I just have to present the flat rate schedule or discuss the dates with y'all. Currently with the 12-inch allotment, that equates to 2 irrigations. And I've worked with the kind of the El Paso district as well to see how their flat rate schedule is working so that we can kind of work together and not have a big mess down in the further end. So I've come up with a couple dates I'd like to present to you to get your approval on. And the first one is going to be June 6th. And sorry about that. The calendar is not here.
You mean June 7th?
Sorry.
So.
June
Can I let you finish?
June 8th and 9th for the first irrigation. And then the second irrigation being July 6th and 7th. For all areas at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Narvaez. Mr. Roverosa, you had a question.
Mr. President, Mr. Narvaez, can we get a spreadsheet with these dates on them and some other options?
Yes, sir. I was gonna put it on there and present it, but I didn't want to put a false date in case you want to change something, but I'll definitely get a notification for you. It was there was an attachment there that said flat rate schedule, but that's actually the growers meeting schedule on the online.
Right, but if you wanted to give us some options, that would be good in a
Sure.
spreadsheet. That way we can make that decision.
Got it.
And with the recommendations.
Okay,
So
for presentation, I get you.
clarify that, for this presentation, our decision-making today, I don't know that a spreadsheet actually answers the question, because it is unlikely to alter the full length of the season. Usually what the spreadsheet is showing us.
It's just the dates that are recommended is what I would.
Okay. Okay, so I do agree with seeing what the options are. Yes, is there a quick way for you to put that onto a spreadsheet so we can see them as we're?
It's just basically the calendar. And what we try to do is coincide.
Could you bring up the calendar?
Yeah, sure, we'll do that. All right, we'll do that.
Would that be adequate, Mr. Roverosa?
Sure. I would just like something to be in the packet so that. we-
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm following you. Or, okay. That only goes for me.
So if we're looking at the dates that I just proposed, which was June 8th and 9th, of course, the season we'd be diverting water June 1st, which would give us a few days to get flushed and situated and primed up. So what we'd like to do is try to get flat rate schedule out of the way so that we can go with farm irrigations and really get the impact for this irrigation season. So the dates that we chose were 8 and 9. This kind of coincides. I mean, it could be any one of these dates here, but we're trying to get them out of the way earlier in the month so that we can do surface water to farm rate irrigations. So this so happens that it works out that it's on this first weekend right here. There's a big cotton run that usually starts to occur around the 15th or 22nd, usually in that area is where we get a big cotton run. Last thing we want to do is have flat rate when you guys are doing cotton because it will shut down. It's just so we're trying to work on those dates right there. So that's why we chose, June 8th and 9th for the first one. And of course, the second one, first part of the month of July, which is, July 6th and July 7th. Yes, sir.
My only comment is basically, since we're barely gonna open June 1, is it hard to say, like, a lot of guys gonna be ready to get that water right away? If we go kind of straight to a flat rate, we're better off to push another week. And that way, if a guy has, really wants to get stuff watered, at least it gives him a little bit of time.
I certainly have to comment on that, but I'll let you start.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
We've been through that lesson before. We're starting the flat rate immediately, that's when we released on a Wednesday. We're trying to get water on Saturday.
Yeah.
And we're not done flushing, so it's just was we realized we're not gonna do that again, obviously. This having a 7 days ahead of schedule, we feel we're ready to deliver water to these flat raters. And then, like you said, if we do get a demand, yeah, it's kind of, we chose that one just because we figured the crops, the cottons in particular, will have a more of an impact later on in the month. And that's where the first one is always kind of tricky. I try to get June in sooner than later so that we can, kind of avoid the train wreck that you're talking about.
And so my comment, again, simply in observing the operations of flat rate weekend, many different options have been tried. From my observation historically, getting flat rate, the first flat rate irrigation as early as possible in the release is less disruptive to farm rate demand, less disruptive. That said, we need 5 or 6 days in order to get the system fully charged so that all flat rate deliveries can be made. It is uncommon for us to start the release on Wednesday any longer. That said, this seems adequate time. Starting our release on the 1st and having flat rate weekend on the 1st is not physically possible. Moving it to the 15th will be more disruptive to farm rate deliveries, but it is certainly an option.
Certainly.
That's been my observation. Ms. Shawn, did you have any?
June 1st is a Saturday. So is that how does that work?
What we do is, we'll put the order in on Friday, which is the 31st of May, so that we're able to divert first thing in the morning on Saturday, so we'll start.
So when could you deliver water as early as Saturday?
Yeah, in some cases on the heading of the laterals, we sure can, the mains. When we have farmers available, we can start to put water in there. And just a matter of the flush time and whatever our strategic, which way we want to flush. If we get a high demand on a certain lateral, we may want to push water there first, get that out of the way, and then start them up as we're moving along. It just depends on the demand.
Other questions on the flat rate schedule?
This is a question for Henry. What you're gonna need some water on that cotton, huh? So obviously, but when as per kind of row crops and cotton, when would it be good for y'all to get it in reference to flat rate? Let's see what I'm saying. So kind of be on the same page.
Yes, I concur with what James is suggesting here. Maybe get them out of the way before that cotton rush starts. Because, we do some of our farming down there, down south, and we do some in Texas as well, El Paso #1. And they have a boatload of flat raters. And that's going on every weekend. So when we're watering cotton down there on their system, they take it away in 4 days, and send it into town. That's tough. So I agree with what James is suggesting of getting it out of the way. And let the farmers hit it hard.
And James?
Yeah, whatever they think. I mean, I guess,
Just to add a comment too, the west side's already been charged per se, because they've been moving water down there. It's gonna be a whole lot quicker to get the system up and ready and than prior when we all came on together and EP #1 wasn't running already. So a lot less flushing, in particular those 2 areas. So
and the majority of flat raters are gonna be in the
Majority are here.
Yeah.
But I've seen the bigger impact is further down south on this one here, when we have to shut down a cotton run is what I like to call it, because you see the orders come in at that time, so.
Mr. Colquitt, it appears you have a follow-up question.
Are there a bunch of, well, how many flat raters are up in Hatchimarity, up in the north?
Probably got about 465 acres, somewhere in that range.
How about y'all? What do you all think as far as these two?
No comment.
No.
I'll just say they're within majority of them are within a main canal, so it's not as disruptive.
Okay.
It's more of a, it's easier to get up there. Most of the acres are here within the central area, which becomes we're watering streets.
Okay.
Basically what's happening.
What is the will of the board with regards to the flat rate schedule?
Move to accept the proposed flat rate schedule.
I have a motion from Mr. Roverosa to approve the proposed flat rate schedule, seconded by Mr. Tharp. And that proposed schedule was June 8th and 9th and July 6th and 7th.
Correct.
Discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Please continue, Mr. Carpenter.
May I just add one more comment? What we're gonna do this go around here is we wanted to wait to this meeting to get approved those flat rates so that we could do one. We're trying to avoid having to do the mailers because they're a huge expense. So we just finished a notification process within our software. That we're gonna do email by notification of this first run and see how that goes and try to get some feedback so that we can add more to that list, because not everybody has given us an email. So right now, we're looking at about 4,500 emails that we're gonna go ahead and trigger on this first go round. So that should start some communication back to us so that we can see. We'll also put in our front page of the webpage procedure to opt into email notifications. It's a better way for the board to get communication out to the farmers quicker without having to do a whole mailing situation. Unfortunately, we may have to do some type of a mailing because I don't know how many we're gonna be able to get on the system before we get going on it. At least we may have to weigh that out, or we just go with that email and get some feedback back on there. But I do believe we have a substantial amount of acres and active farmers and flat raters included that are on our email right now. So constituent wise, we're gonna hit a good portion of those through the email process. So, we'll look at that and see what's best here, but we're trying to avoid having to do a mailer. And that's pretty big expense for the district every time we do a mailer.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Mr. Roverosa.
Mr. President, there is a way to send out mass text messages as well that may access even more of the acres.
That's correct. I opted not to activate that yet because this requires somebody to give me, a farmer to give me a permission to. I'm gonna send you a text, it's gonna cost you, they have to give an opt-in. I figure email is more easily, it's free. Most people have free email accounts, but we do have the checkbox, simply check it, you'll receive an email, text notification as well. So we do have that in place. We're just kind of like taking a bite at it and seeing what kind of response we get back. Hopefully we're not, inundating anybody with the messages.
Thank you, Mr. Narvaez. Thank you, Mr. Roverosa. Mr. Frenchco.
Yeah, kind of with what James said, we're making a push to send out notifications. This is one of many to release information regarding a release date for everybody, right? Flat rate schedule, everything. We're trying to go paperless. It's an unnecessary expense. We did look into the texting, as James said. It can cost people money. We don't want to burden them with that. We have the trigger to do that. Other messages will include kind of how much of your allocation you've used. So we're going to get to those notifications later. We're in the process of working on that. But I think kind of initially to start, we're going to send out a mailer with sign up info and notification that EBID is working to go paperless.
Thank you, Mr. Francois.
That's all I have.
Uh,
Growers meetings, I'm sorry, that was under mine. The growers meetings have been, I believe on your handout. And they're May, excuse me, oh, sorry. May 9th for Hatch in the morning at the Hatch Community Center. And then in the afternoon here at EBID, two PM. And then on Friday, May 10th, it'll be down in the country club for the southern area board meetings. I believe it's on your handout if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Yes. Expand. This. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Gervais. Water records opening.
Water records will open 2 weeks before the June 1st, so let me get the exact date on that. So we'll look at May 20th, and I believe on the announcement, it'll have those dates as well. May 20th for opening water records.
That's a Monday,
Yes, sir.
Monday, May 20th. Very good. Any further questions for Mr. Nervais? Thank you. Anything else to present?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. That brings us to general administration. Financial report, Mr. Franzo.
So I am going to get into the financial report just shortly after. We have a special guest day, Kirsten, she's with NIFWIF. And I know you guys mentioned that you want to ask some questions regarding the IRA grant that is being provided and directed to EBID by NIFWIF. So Kirsten's going to go ahead and introduce herself, talk to you guys about the grant, and answer any questions you guys may have for her.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Apologies that I'm not able to be there in person. I had a prior commitment for a Colorado Parks and Wildlife meeting here in Colorado where I live. So thanks for making a Zoom option available. I'm going to hopefully share my slides here. Actually, probably what I need to do first is share my screen and then my slides. Okay. So hopefully you see my title screen. Oop, no, that wasn't it, sorry. Okay, so my name is Kirsten Neff. I am the Senior Manager for the Southwest Rivers Program at NIFWIF, or National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and we call ourselves NIFWIF. I essentially am our program lead for the Southwestern United States for the foundation, which is headquartered in DC. I'm a member of the Rocky Mountain Regional Office, which is based out of Colorado. So that's where I live. And I'm originally from Arizona. I'm a hydrologist. I got my PhD in hydrology, mostly groundwater modeling from University of Arizona in 2015. And I'll go ahead and advance. So today I'm gonna first talk about what is NIFWIF, who are we, the conservation framework that we work under. I'm gonna speak specifically about the Southwest Rivers business, or the Southwest Rivers program, which is the program I lead and which this effort is included under the umbrella of, and the business plan that we have for that program. I'm going to talk about existing NIFWIF funding that we have already going on in the Rio Grande Basin. Specifically, we already have active funding programs in the headwaters region from the San Luis Valley down to Abiquiu, essentially. And then as well as the Middle Rio Grande Native Water Leasing Pilot Program, which is a partnership with Reclamation and the MRGCD. Then I'm going to give a little background on what this new effort in what I refer to as the Lower Rio Grande, so as not to confuse myself, but is actually titled the Rio Grande Project Water Conservation and Ecological Restoration Initiative. That is another Bureau of Reclamation funded initiative that this funding to EBID is coming from. I'm going to talk about our first steps in this new initiative and then the next steps that we've identified to this point. And then at the end, I'll speak a bit about generally how NIFWF as an organization is bringing experience and potential capabilities to the partnership, and some closing thoughts, plus some time for Q&A. So who is the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation? We're a 501c3 nonprofit foundation, so we're funders. That was actually chartered by Congress in 1984. Our authorizing foundational legislation was signed by Ronald Reagan in 1984. We have a 30-member board of directors appointed by the Secretary of the Interior. And that board includes or ex officio, the Fish and Wildlife Service Director and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Administrator. And that's because NIFWF is considered the official foundation arm for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA. NOAA obviously not going to be super relevant in our case. We're not close to an ocean, but some of my colleagues back in DC are working on coastal things throughout the nation. Just to give you an idea, you may be familiar with the National Park Foundation. Maybe you've bought, a nice White Sands National Park bottle or something to benefit them. Or there's also an organization called the National Forest Foundation. And those are groups similar to us that were actually chartered by Congress to increase the pot of funding for public lands and our fish and wildlife resources. So what we do is we foster collaboration among federal agencies and the private sector for large landscape scale conservation. Because of this unique position that we were founded by Congress, we don't do any political advocacy whatsoever, and we do not fund political advocacy. And that's written into our charter. And because of that special role and special relationship with federal agencies, we have a unique position where federal agencies are able to enter into direct cooperative agreements with NIFWF to help them spend their money on different priorities. And this comes in handy, first of all, because NIFWF can take federal money that's not necessarily competed through a national grant-making process, but we can combine it with corporate and private philanthropy funding that we go out and fundraise to package into larger landscape programs and grow the pot of funding, essentially. So we don't do any implementation work on the ground. We simply exist to bring together different funding sources and apply them to priority activities in regions that we work with our partners to identify. So typically as an organization-wide, we leverage public funding with private money on an average of 3 to 1. So that's 3 to 1 federal, 3 is the federal funding, 1 is private funding. So if you're a private funder putting money into NIFWF, you're getting a huge return on your investment in terms of the level of federal funding that's being leveraged to the activities that are your priorities. And we do this through on-the-ground conservation, through competitive grant making. So we generally put out competitive requests for proposals and fund habitat and restoration work on the ground and again, no advocacy whatsoever. So there are times where an organization may have an advocacy arm. So say the Nature Conservancy, they have folks that both do on the ground projects and advocate. Any funding from NIFWF that goes to the Nature Conservancy only funds the on the ground projects. So this is a slide that kind of demonstrates how we do our work in terms of bringing these different funding sources in together. So you can see an example here of all the different kind of non-federal partners that we've brought in. We mix that with our federal funding and then put that out on the ground to implementing partners. Now, I'm going through this NIFWF 101, and what you're going to find in the rest of my presentation is that what we're talking about here within the Rio Grande project area for reclamation is a little unique. And I'll speak more to that later in the sense that we don't currently have an external non-federal funding partner. This funding is all coming from reclamation currently with no match requirements, which is great. It makes the funding fairly flexible, although we do love to see some match from grantees as leverage, just so that we can demonstrate additional value to agencies, in this case, reclamation. So unique characteristics of NIFWF. We are the largest conservation grant maker in the United States. We have awarded, since our founding in 1984, we've awarded over $4 billion in grant money. This includes $1.78 billion in federal funding that was leveraged with match into I think it's over $8 billion now, because these numbers were from FY21 in conservation impact on the ground. We've partnered with over 25 federal agencies across 8 departments. And the scope of our work is that we develop business plans or implementation plans for landscape scale programs. So working with our partners in a landscape, we identify the priority activities that we want to work on, and we lay that out either through a business plan or an implementation plan. And then we track our progress on those goals that we set in the business plan or implementation plan as we make our awards and fund work on the ground. So we have annual program scorecards that report out on metrics we're tracking from our grantees. And we also have internal and external program evaluations that speak to both funders and grantees and ask, how is this program doing? How can we course correct or adaptively manage programs moving forward if we're falling short of our goals? And so we do these business plans and implementation plans operate on a landscape scale through what we call our conservation framework. You'll see in the Southwest there, we have a program called Southwest Rivers that covers that geographic footprint, and that's the program that I'm responsible for managing. So within that footprint, NIFWF is working with our partners to identify priority species and activities that we can fund in order to achieve measurable outcomes for species. So my boss, our regional director, Chris West, he came to NIFWF from the Colorado Cattlemen's Ag Land Trust. And he always says that, the NIFWF difference is that we're not just out there making conservation random acts of conservation kindness. We are coming with a business plan, with a budget, with a goal of how we're going to move the needle for species, through investing in priority projects that we and our partners have agreed upon. So this is what the cover of the Southwest Rivers business plan. We first published it in October 2018. I came on to the foundation in February 2018. So this was really my first big project in coming in the foundation. And at the time, we didn't have a business plan covering the Southwest. So this was entirely new work. Because that business plan happened 5 years ago, we did a business plan update this past October 2023. And the main differences that changed as we expanded over and included those Colorado River focal areas that really had to do with some funding we got from the Walton Family Foundation focused on Colorado River headwaters. And then we also added this lower Rio Grande focal area in green, which represents the area we're looking to be partnering with EBID on. The Rio Grande headwaters, Middle Rio Grande, and Trans Pecos programs already existed going back to 2018. So they were just expanded. The other, yes, I think that's it for that. So I'm going to go through it. Within our business plan, we identify priority species that we're going to focus our investments on to have an impact for those species. In our headwaters program, so these, if you go to our website and read the business plan, these are the species we line out in the business plan, and we have interim habitat goals. For example, in the headwaters, we might have miles of in-stream restoration for Rio Grande cutthroat trout. But ultimately, our goal is to increase the number of highly resilient populations of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. So we have kind of interim implementation goals and ultimate species goals in the plan. In the middle and lower Rio Grande, we have the Rio Grande silvery minnow that's specific to the middle Rio, and then both in middle and lower Rio Grande, we have southwestern willow flycatcher as a species that we're tracking progress on in the NIFWF business plan. So just real quick, I'm going to run through the existing programs that we're funding in New Mexico. The first and the one that is probably going to have the most similarity to the partnership we're looking to build with EBID in the lower Rio Grande is the Middle Rio Grande Native Water Leasing Pilot Program. This started in 2017, similar to this program with the cooperative agreement for funding from Bureau of Reclamation to NIFWF to fund development of a program. This program was specifically authorized by Congress for a pilot water leasing program in the Middle Rio. And the goal was to conserve water through irrigation improvements within the MRGCD system, as well as pilot a voluntary water transactions program for MRGCD constituents, landowners, to provide water that MRGCD with funding through NIFWF could then deliver to specific habitat sites that we identified through the Isleta Reach, where we could create some colder water refugia when the river is running dry to benefit silvery minnow. And that MRGCD and Reclamation both have some general obligations under the 2016 biological opinion on the silvery minnow, and this was seen as a potential pilot project to help them fulfill some of those obligations. So the philosophy was that we would identify strategic outfall sites within the MRGCD system that could receive improvements at the outfall control structures themselves, where we could then because MRGCD is a shortage sharing system, we developed a calculator to determine, well, if this landowner has leased us 5 acres, what would that water delivery would have been given the incoming water from below Abiquiu or below Cochiti. And then we calculate out, well, what was the water that was not delivered to that 5 acres in this case, and then we're able to account for that water and deliver it through the MRGCD system to an outfall, where we then also do some improvements to the habitat site to benefit or to create good habitat for silvery minnow and hopefully increase the number of minnows we have. And then, of course, our priority species there is Rio Grande silvery minnow. And that's really the focus of both MRGCD and Reclamation through the MRGCD. But NIFWF also has this wider interest in southwestern willow flycatcher. So we've also been collecting data on flycatcher nests through the same reach. And you can see that we... So this is an example of one of our outfall sites. This is Los Chavez outfall in the Isleta Reach. You can see the aerial image from before we did our habitat restoration and started delivering the leased water, and a picture from after. And we did have silvery minnow at this site in the last few years. So we're really just looking at presence absence of silvery minnow right now. We're not necessarily counting them. But as you can see, there's definitely a more vibrant riparian habitat corridor at that outfall now than there was before. This is our data on flycatcher nests through the reach as well. You can see, so every place there's an X is one of our outfalls where we delivered water through the MRGCD system that we had leased through the program. And you can see that from 2018 to, I think it says 2022. Yeah, we had an increase in the number of SWIFL nests. Now, obviously the MRGCD system is very different in EBID and I really look forward to learning from you all about how we can take, some of the things that worked here, take lessons learned that didn't, and find out what might work in terms of meeting EBID's goals. Obviously for southwestern willow flycatcher and for improved water management generally. The other active funding program we have on the Rio Grande is the Southwest Rivers Headwaters Fund. So this is funding work up in the San Luis Valley and in northern New Mexico on restoring wetlands and improving in-stream habitat for our species in the headwaters, which includes Rio Grande cutthroat trout, North American beaver as kind of a keystone species, and southwestern willow flycatcher. And what we're trying to do there is produce measurable outcomes for those species of concern in riparian corridors in the headwaters. And this program does have an active annual open request for proposals where grantees or applicants bring us project ideas and we just fully fund the projects. NIFWF is not so involved in the project development, identification, prioritization. We're just choosing between projects that folks are bringing to us. Whereas in the Middle Rio, and I anticipate as well in our partnership with EBID, NIFWF and EBID will be working closely together to identify the projects that we want to work on together and what capacity we might need to implement those projects. So we might not necessarily have an annual request for proposals going out for this program, similar to the way that we don't have an annual request for proposals in the Middle Rio. So now the program you've all been hearing about, it's got a long and kind of generic name at the moment, the Rio Grande Project Water and Ecological Restoration Initiative. And so this is a new initiative that we're developing with our partners at Bureau of Reclamation and looking to partner with EBID as well as the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico actually has a separate cooperative agreement with Bureau of Reclamation that is serving as the funding source for the state in terms of any work that they might be doing on this. So this began when NIFWF entered into a cooperative agreement with Reclamation last fall. And the goal is to develop projects, multi-benefit projects that result in water conservation and improve or create riparian habitat within the footprint of Reclamation's Rio Grande project. Now that's very water conservation and habitat specific, and that's because we are the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and that is our focus. But there's a lot of flexibility in the way we achieve those goals. So what I think Reclamation and EBID staff have been discussing over the years that really kind of led to Reclamation approaching NIFWF and saying, hey, can you act as the coordinator and funding mechanism for this partnership? Is that in the Rio Grande project area, you guys are dealing with some very unique challenges that we haven't seen up in MRGCD, particularly flooding, particularly the need for off-channel storage and habitat associated with that. And rehabilitation of some of the water control structures, both along the main stem and within EBID. So through this program, we're going to be looking to fund multi-benefit projects that are doing some combination of improving the district's ability to manage water within the district, improving stormwater control, and possibly even off-channel storage and recharge. And then, of course, we are also going to be considering the water transactions element of this as well. The scale of the work needed in the Rio Grande project area is much larger than in the Middle Rio. Improving habitat at a few outfall sites is much less expensive than building entire off-channel storage or rehabilitating some of these larger dams and reconfiguring stormwater control. So Reclamation has set aside a significantly larger budget for this initiative. The budget that NIFWF actually submitted to Reclamation as part of our cooperative agreement application, it is $75 million over 5 years. Now, that funding is subject to appropriation by Congress. So this first year of funding, we have $1.5 million to get off the ground, and that funding is coming from the Inflation Reduction Act. And depending on how these first couple of years go, there could be significant implementation funding coming down the line. So, going back to NIFWF's Lower Rio Grande focal area there that you saw on our Southwest Rivers map, our main species of focus here is going to continue to be southwestern willow flycatcher in habitat that we can create associated with these larger infrastructure projects, and potentially other projects that are dedicated specifically for flycatcher habitat, as well as yellow-billed cuckoo. Though it's not in the business plan, yellow-billed cuckoo is also a focus for Reclamation. And I think it's worth mentioning that part of the driver here for Reclamation, in terms of species impact, is that they're dealing with this issue where they have a lot of flycatcher nests in what would be full pool up at Elephant Butte Reservoir. And what we're going to try to do through this program is create value, create benefit for EBID and constituents receiving water from EBID, served by EBID, but also try to move some of those flycatchers out of that full pool, so that, so that down the line, if we are able to store more water in Elephant Butte, that we don't run up against an endangered species issue there. So what's been going on since the fall when we first signed this agreement with Reclamation, and what are our next steps? So our very first step we started off with, which is the same thing we did in the Middle Rio with Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, was to negotiate a memorandum of agreement between the participating partners. So in this case, it's NIFWF, Reclamation, and EBID. And the memorandum of agreement is designed to be a pretty general document that just sets expectations for collaboration and partnership going forward. And the negotiations on that specific language is ongoing. And I expect EBID will see the final or the draft of that at some point, or the board will see the draft of that at some point. In April, this April, we finalized an initial grant award to EBID for staff capacity and implementation of a pilot project with that first year of money for $900K. So we had $1.5 million available for this year. $900K of that is going to EBID for additional staff capacity to participate in the partnership in identifying future projects, as well as to actually implement on a pilot project to improve irrigation infrastructure within EBID, because we want to be able to show that this is a partnership that's not just about talk and making plans. We want to see work get done on the ground, and we know that a lot of this work needed to get done on the ground 5 years ago. So we want to get started and get the wheels rolling on actually doing work together. So we finalized that award. We also, in this past month, finalized a support contract for someone to work on evaluating past water transaction programs that have been conducted within the project area and evaluate the economic impacts of potential water transfers. So right now, we're not talking about starting a water transactions program. This first year, we're just bringing on expertise to evaluate what's been done, look at our options, evaluate the potential economic impact of any water transfers, be they surface or ground within EBID or any other part of the larger Reclamation Rio Grande project area. And that contractor, the organization name is Summit Conservation Strategies. It's a one-man shop. His name is Ray Hartwell. He also worked with NIFWF on the Middle Rio Grande Native Water Leasing Program, and he's had some experience in the Lower Rio Grande previously as well. Now, to the things that are ongoing. Starting in March, we released a competitive open request for proposals for asking local entities and nonprofits to propose to work as part of the NIFWF Reclamation EBID team to evaluate potential projects. And what we're really asking these groups to bring to the process is riparian bird habitat expertise, because while I work for the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, I'm really a program manager. I'm not an expert on what kind of habitats SWIFL need or the best way to implement habitat improvements to attract SWIFL and yellow-billed cuckoo. So that's what we're really looking for through this RFP, is to bring on folks with that expertise to be part of the team. And I've made it very clear through my information sessions on this RFP that no projects have yet been identified. This is a partnership. We're going to be identifying potential projects and evaluating them together with the team. And proposals are due for that next week. Just one thing I have to say thank you to EBID staff for allowing me to host the in-person in Las Cruces information session about that in your boardroom. So while I may not be there right now, I was there just a few weeks ago. So starting in spring, once we don't expect to have that group or groups that are applying through the competitive RFP under contract probably until June or July. So right now what we're doing is having initial team meetings. I think it's about once a month, checking in on projects. We're having regular meetings about the pilot project that EBID staff has identified. And then in summer 2024, once we have the habitat and bird experts on board, I expect that we'll want to host probably a tour of EBID and tour of potential project sites with the full team. But that's really kind of fluid, and will be that's the time when we'll be kicking off the process of, okay, how are we actually going to identify and evaluate potential projects that could get the big money down the line. I'm going to finish here with just some points about the capacities that NIFWF brings as a partner in this program. We do have past expertise in managing market-based water acquisition or management, both in the MRGCD program that I mentioned, but we also have built water transactions programs in the Walker Basin in Nevada and the Columbia Basin in the Pacific Northwest. Our Columbia Basin program celebrated, I think, its 25th anniversary this year. Of course, they have a lot more water to work with up there, but we also have expertise in habitat site design and implementation. We did that with the outfall sites in the Isleta Reach, in the Middle Rio. We also, this is primarily what we do as a funder, is fund habitat design and implementation. We have experience with larger watershed resilience programs. We've got a program here in Colorado called Restore Colorado, where we're looking at full watershed restoration on both public and working lands. And then, of course, the Southwest Rivers Headwaters Fund that I mentioned, where we're working in those headwaters and the Rio Grande, both on forests and on private lands, to improve aquatic habitat. Probably another relevant example here is that we funded quite a bit of One Rock Dam work over in the Colorado River Basin in southern Arizona up to this point. And from my discussions on tours down there with Reclamation, EBID staff, and others, it sounds like that could be a really interesting activity for us to pursue in terms of trying to reduce those big storm flows from our large arroyos along the lower Rio. NIFWF also has a lot of experience in strategic planning. So, I've developed the Southwest Rivers business plan. I developed an implementation plan in the Mojave Desert for Mojave Desert tortoise, working with Department of Defense installations, the Marine Corps and Army out there, where they're trying to address their endangered species issues in the Mojave. And then our institutional capabilities, which I think is a real strength that we can bring to this partnership, this ability to bring different types of money together. So while right now Reclamation may be our only funding partner, we certainly stand ready to work with corporate partners who might be interested in helping to fund these kinds of projects and bring that funding in. We also have an extensive grant administration capacity back in our headquarters office in DC. We have grants administrators, a compliance department, a finance department that does all the actual business, day-to-day business work of getting payments out, approving any grant amendment requests, approving budgets and scopes, all those more technical aspects of a grants administration project. And then we also have a lot of experience coordinating stakeholders. As I mentioned, that the MRGCD program was new when I came on in 2018, and we spent a lot of time just figuring out what partners' capabilities were, what the interests were, to narrow in on this idea of, okay, we're going to improve outfall control structures and deliver least water to these habitat sites. So I'm hoping that a role I can play, and a big part of why I'm here today is, interface with you, the board, EBID staff, Reclamation staff, our potential nonprofit partners, possibly International and Boundary Water Commission, to get everybody on the same page about what we're going to fund, what projects we're going to prioritize in this initiative. So my closing thoughts, why NIFWF and why the Lower Rio Grande? I think Reclamation has enjoyed partnering with NIFWF because of our ability to bring stakeholders together. We come from a neutral, while our focus is on improving habitat for fish and wildlife, we come from a fairly neutral perspective compared to some of the other environmental organizations, in terms of our focus is on getting work done on the ground. We're not trying to achieve a policy position. We're not trying to make others do things a certain way. We just want to get good work done, and we want to bring people together and provide the funding to do it. And we're in the Lower Rio Grande because our relationship with Reclamation in the Middle Rio has gone well, and we're hoping that we can replicate some of the success we've seen there for you all in the Lower Rio. So here's our contact information. I'm Kirsten. I mentioned my regional director, Chris West, formerly of Colorado Cattlemen's Ag Land Trust, is there at the top. Chris and I are both based in Colorado. Our coordinator for regional programs, who's someone who kind of does more of the paperwork, preparing the request for proposals, materials, things like that. Interfacing with grantees is Gracie Broughton, although she's unfortunately about to leave us in May, so that position will be turning over. And I've got the link here to our program webpage, which is where you can find the PDF version of the business plan under program information tab. So with that, I'll go ahead and take any and all questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neff. My first question is, can you get your presentation to EBID staff for distribution to our board of directors?
Absolutely. In fact, they already have the PDF I sent them for review before. That is unchanged.
Thank you, Dr. Neff. Questions from the board? Mr. Colquitt.
Ms. Neff, my name is PK Colquitt. I just have a few questions for you. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but EBID has a silt issue, right?
We would call
yes
sediment.
Sediment, I'm sorry. Yeah, sediment. Can or could NIFWF help us remedy this through however? I mean, I don't even know how you do it, lobbying or talking to people or backing us, or what could NIFWF do with EBID's sediment issue?
Yeah, and I apologize because sedimentation is specifically called out in the cooperative agreement as one of the issues we're trying to address. And I only referred to it obtusely as some of the larger dam rehabilitation projects, because that's where the sediment is, right, is piled up behind the dam. So absolutely, that's something that we're interested in working with EBID on. Again, because we don't advocate, we're not going to lobby anyone for any kind of policy, but I think we'll be looking to identify projects where we can better manage sediment coming into the system and address the infrastructure that's suffering from sedimentation currently. But the key thing is that for NIFWIF, we're always going to, in looking at a project like that, we're going to be looking for addressing the sediment issues, improving the ability of EBID to manage the water, EBID and reclamation to manage the water in the system to highest benefit, or, you know, to the water rights, and to create habitat adjacent.
What do you mean by highest? Or no, go ahead, ma'am.
So for habitat adjacent, we're not going to be creating habitat in the main stem like we did in the Middle Rio, right? Because in this section of the river, it's a conduit for deliveries to Texas and Mexico. But I think what we're looking to do here is be creative about, you know, say a flood flow comes down and it's got a lot of sediment in it, and we build an off-channel storage facility to divert that flood flow. When the water slows down, the sediment falls out of the water and sits down on the bottom, and that's why you have sedimentation issues behind dams. So if we can build some of these off-channel storage facilities that divert floodwater, so they're not creating flooding problems in towns or colonias, it's dropping the sediment out of the water, and we're getting some recharge into the shallow aquifer that supports the river and some riparian trees that the southwestern willow flycatcher lives in. That's our ideal scenario, right? Addressing all three of those issues.
Okay, and you said highest benefit with water, right? A few sentences ago. Would you kind of
elaborate? Yeah, I corrected myself there. It's not necessarily to highest benefit. I think whatever. So I didn't intend it to mean highest benefit, like in terms of water use, except for in the sense of creating habitat. You know, so if we're going to create a new system or a new infrastructure feature that diverts water, I want that to include some associated habitat benefit. But obviously, any kind of change in the way that water gets managed is going to be voluntary and fairly compensated in terms of our transactions program. And New Mexico water law does not prioritize one use above the other. So that was misspoken on my part.
Oh, okay. Do you all work with BLM much?
A lot, yes. We work with BLM very frequently. They're a funder, as well as they give input into our planning processes. And I know there's quite a bit of these upper arroyos where a lot of the sediment is coming from is on BLM land. So I think that will be an important partnership to develop. I have BLM New Mexico office funding in the Pecos watershed program. So we already have some relationships with the state office, and I think we could be a good partner in bringing BLM input into this.
And you mentioned the memorandum of agreement. That's, I guess, a paper document, written document. There's some stuff written on there.
Yes.
Could we request to see that, or is that part of what she's going to send?
So that question was directed to me, Dr. Neff. And so with the memorandum of agreement, I believe I heard in your presentation that that is to the point now that EBID staff can distribute that to the board of directors. Is that correct?
No, we're not yet at the point we're ready to distribute distribute the draft to the board of directors. We're still having some back and forth between Reclamation, NIFWIF, and EBID staff.
Okay.
So
But,
what do
but you will absolutely see it before anything gets signed.
Yeah, do you have an expected timeline on that, Dr. Neff?
I
Mr.
don't,
President, this is Samantha. The document is with me and I have been attempting to get board direction over the last few months. So I'm close enough, I think, now where I can get back to NIFWIP in the Bureau. We have put some of this on hold internally.
Thank you, Ms. Selpak. Thank you, Dr. Neff. Mr. Coldway.
Oh, you said you were here in, I guess EBID or Las Cruces or Southern New Mexico a couple weeks ago. What was the purpose of that visit and who was present?
I held an information session about our open request for proposals.
Okay.
I can tell you who was present because they signed my little thing here. So representatives from High Desert Natives Plants, which is a local native plant company. Let's see, we had representatives from some environmental organizations. Like a Sierra Soil and Water Conservation District was available or attended. They were interested in possibly getting some funding for their tamarisk issues in their stretch of the river, but that's not what this RFP is for. It's specifically to bring on habitat expertise. We had a representative of Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office, and we had Office of the State Engineer staff.
Okay, and no one from EBID, huh?
No, but the EBID staff reviewed the request for proposals in advance, so they knew everything that was in it already, and they wouldn't be an applicant because they already have a grant.
I will jump in, Kirsten, if I
Mr.
may.
Franzoy.
So this is a request for proposal, same that we're doing with our legal contract, right?
Sure.
So they are hiring a habitat expert. We reviewed that contract, similar to how you guys review the contract, say, we're good with this SOW for that habitat expert to be brought in to do the habitat for these funding projects.
Okay.
So EBID doesn't need to be there because it's people who are applying for the position,
Okay.
companies or individuals applying for the position. And so I just wanted to clear it up. It's not like a meeting or a conference. They opened up a position for a habitat expert locally in this area. And so they, we're essentially recruiting in this area for that position.
Okay, okay.
Is that correct, Kirsten?
Yes, yeah, and I don't have an office there, so I needed a place to hold the meeting.
Okay, other than EBID, this pilot program and the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, what other ag-based projects have you all done, without say ag and habitat coming together?
So in the PECO, I manage a program in the PECOS, and then my colleagues here in the Rocky Mountain Regional Office manage programs up for the Southern Great Plains and Northern Great Plains that are all grasslands programs working with cattle producers to improve their pastures in terms of yield for their cattle, while with native grasses that also benefit for migrating grassland birds. So those programs actually have a ton of NRCS funding in them because they're primarily working with ag producers. Now, granted, that's really more, grass and water are different, but yeah, we work with agricultural producers all the time. In our Great Plains programs, our primary funders are Cargill, Darden Restaurant Group. I think those are the main two that are really interested in cattle and the way improving grasslands for both cattle operations and grassland birds are big. And then my colleagues in this region who manage the northern half of the region do similar work in sage in Utah, Wyoming, Western Colorado so improving range for cattle while maintaining greater sage grouse habitat.
How many past projects, has EBID participated in with NIFWIF? Or is this the first?
None that I know of.
This is the first, Mr. President?
I'm not aware of any past projects with any EBID.
Okay, okey dokey. I can't read my writing. Who monitors, let's say we do all this deal and we proceed, who would monitor the habitat?
NIFWIF it would bring on any capacity that's needed to do the habitat monitoring.
Okay.
So we anticipate that this group that we're trying to procure right now for habitat expertise, they might be the habitat monitor. However, Fish and Wildlife Service requires a permit to handle southwestern willow flycatcher, and only a few organizations have that. So we may be looking to, once we get to the point that we're actually trying to monitor, we may be doing a procurement for a monitoring contractor that holds one of those Fish and Wildlife Service permits.
Okay. And I guess last but not least, what is the main goal of NIFWIF here with this project?
NIFWIF's main goal is to increase the distribution and number of southwestern willow flycatchers.
What happens if the project doesn't go as wished or anticipated?
Then this group will have to adaptively manage, I think.
Or what group is that, ma'am?
NIFWIF, Reclamation, EBID.
Okay.
The participants in the memorandum of agreement. So we've laid out that we expect to spend, I actually have the budget up right here. I can look, but I think we've budgeted like over $60 million just for the infrastructure projects, right? But say the funding doesn't come in from the federal government on an annual basis. Hopefully, the goal is through this initial process of project identification and evaluation, we can put approximate dollar amounts on these projects, So if rather than having $12 million a year, we only have 6, then we can look at our list of projects, where they are in terms of permitting, are they ready to go? And we can say, okay, this project we've got the funding, we're ready to go with this project this year. These other higher ticket projects may need to wait till next year.
And right now you said there's about $60 million set aside for structure projects, is that right?
Well, I don't know if structure is the right word, but let me see.
Or 60 million for what?
So it's 71.9 million for contractual subawards. So that's everything that's not NIFWIF overhead.
Now, okay, so at 71 million, is that 71 out of the 75 million?
Yes.
So where would the other 4 or 3 and change go to?
It goes to NIFWIF for administration of the program.
Okay.
Travel, staff time, overhead, things like that. But I'll tell you, that's how much we budgeted, because we typically budget 10% of a federal award for us. But in the Middle Rio Grande, I've only spent 30% over the 7 years of that program that was allocated. So probably more than 71 million will end up going to projects. But the thing is that projects number, it's just a general number. It includes the grant we made to you that includes staff time. So, right, some of that will end up going to partner staff time and not necessarily a construction project. That all is kind of remains to be seen as we figure out, well, how much staff time is going to be spent on this? What are the permitting costs going to be, et cetera? From there, we'll find out what the ultimate construction number is going to be, but it's still going to be the vast majority of the budget.
So we're looking at a pot of 75 million, is that correct?
That is the budget that NIFWIF has in our agreement with Reclamation, but again, that's subject to appropriations from the federal government.
Of that, what could EBID expect to see, or of that 75 million, what could EBID expect to have for improvements here to the district?
I would expect well, I guess it depends on how many projects are technically in the district. You know, some of these infrastructure projects may not be district infrastructure because the focal area is larger than just the district.
Okay.
Not that I can think of any potential projects that you know that would meet that description off the top of my head. Most of this will go to EBID, I imagine. Yeah, I can tell you in the Middle Rio, that program was only $9 million total. So this program is significant. We're talking significantly bigger numbers. But in the Middle Rio, of that $9 million, $6 million went directly to MRGCD.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mr. Colquitt, if you'll allow me as a example.
Yes.
You brought up the question of sedimentation.
Yes.
If an infrastructure project is in the watershed, so the sediment doesn't reach our system, is that an improvement to the district? My argument would be yes, but it's not infrastructure that is built within the boundaries of the district, or is a direct infrastructure utility of the district. There's some questions of how you define
benefit,
direct infrastructure improvement.
Okay.
My opinion is these out of district watershed projects directly benefit the district.
And we're talking about maybe making catch ponds left or right of the river, right?
So you are now out of the scope of how I understand that all works.
Okay.
Do you have a comment, Mr. Norris? Okay, so I don't know exactly what it will look like.
Sure.
But I know that the goals as stated by Dr. Neff's presentation. Mr. Franzoy.
Thank you, Mr. President. So PK, this first bucket of the 900K, or it's actually 1.5 million, but 900 is directed at EBID.
Yes.
So there's two parts. One part is to staff the other agencies and partners up with their respective needs, right?
Okay.
The part with EBID is to build phase one of the Rincon lateral piping project, but also to compensate us for our staff needs. What those staff needs at EBID is to identify projects that we deem as most beneficial.
Okay.
So the first project is a piping project to pipe our district. It's a pilot project. We want to gauge water conservation numbers, how much habitat we can create. If that bodes well, I would assume that more of those projects are on the table. So to answer your question, that isn't ironed out yet. We're going to put the money to where it's used best for EBID, the BOR, and NIFWIF.
Certain Rincon.
Specifically EBID, right?
Okay.
And so I hope that answers your question. We're just not quite there with all our project lists. We don't have them yet. That's what this money's for, is to identify those projects.
Okay. Dr. Neff, did you have anything you'd like to add to that?
No, Joa knows much better about the technical aspects of these projects than I will.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colquitt. Mr. Sloan.
Maybe Joe can answer this, or the 900,000, is that to EBID? This 1.5 is you said to hire additional staff. Is that for NIFWIF, or is that for EBID to hire additional staff, or?
EBID has not.
Sure,
Go ahead,
let me break down the whole budget. So 1.5 million is the total amount that we got from reclamation for FY24. And it'll extend it into FY25 as well, because the cooperative agreement is currently dated until end of fiscal year 28. So end of September 2028. So any money that gets put into this agreement by the federal government, that's its expiration date right now, is September 30th, 2028. So right now there's $1.5 million in the agreement for this first year. And the way NIFWIF split that out is a $900,000 direct grant to EBID that includes both the EBID staff time and implementation of that Rincon lateral project. 300K of that has been set aside for this open RFP that I held the meeting for potential applicants for the habitat design and work. 150K of it went to that consultant who's going to be examining past water transactions programs and potential economic impact of water transactions moving forward in the project area. And then the last 150K is what is what's going to NIFWIF for our administration of the program this year. Though, again, I can promise you, we're not going to spend anywhere near that much, given our spend down in the middle Rio. So that's how I divided up the 1.5 for this year.
So then that leaves 300,000 for E EBID.
900.
Yeah, so it's 300K for the open RFP, 150 for the water transactions contractor, 150 for NIFWIF, and the remaining 900 is already under contract with EBID.
So it's 1.5 million, James, 900 is EBIDs, the remainder 6 million, or 600,000, sorry, is NIFWIFs.
But additional staff, that's not tied to EBID?
EBID did not budget for additional staff. EBID is going to be outsourcing and contracting all our work out, as we discussed in our budget.
That's inaccurate, Joa. So 650 for the pipeline project, and the remainder was allocated to staff time to continue to scope additional projects, specifically for Gary, Joa, my NIFWIF matter, and then Libin Consultants, our engineer, his NIFWIF matter.
But James is asking about additional staff, Samantha, we're not bringing on additional staff.
That's right. We budgeted to pay our existing salaries instead.
So she has, so 650 is what you're budgeting for actual the project?
650K is for the project, the remaining balance is for staff time. Consulting staff time for additional planning for the future projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mr. Roby Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Neff, thank you for your presentation and for taking the time to talk to us. Quick question, what bill will the appropriation come from?
It would come in, so it would come in the interior appropriations bill. It wouldn't necessarily be a line item like calling this out, but it would be in the interior appropriations bill. There's an additional, if it's not called out in the appropriations bill, then reclamation goes through an internal process to allocate general reclamation funds to different priorities from their regions. So the Albuquerque area office is, of course, part of the Upper Colorado region, which is based in Salt Lake City. So that Jennifer Failer and her Albuquerque area team will make a work plan and tell Salt Lake, hey, we want this much funding for this Lower Rio Grande effort in FY25. I think, or that may have already gone on. I don't exactly know what the numbers are going to be for the next year yet, but so probably realistically, we would be talking about 26 at this point if we're trying to convince anyone to do anything, right? So Jennifer and her team will go to Salt Lake and say, this is how much we want for Lower Rio Grande in FY26. Salt Lake will consider that. They'll make recommendations to BOR headquarters in DC. And I think ultimately funding decisions from BOR funds that haven't been specifically tagged for a certain purpose in the appropriations bill will get allocated to different programs according to those internal BOR decisions. But Jennifer has made it very clear to me that this is a big priority for her to get this funding.
Great, thank you. I look forward to meeting you and your team, and I'm sure many other board members do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We should get out there and actually look at some stuff.
That sounds great.
Thank you, Mr. Roby Rosa. Let me see if there are any other board members that have questions, Mr. Colquitt.
I wanted to,
Right, sorry, one moment, Mr. Colquitt.
no, I just want to correct myself. I said, Miss Neff, should have said Dr. Neff, sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Colquitt. Hearing no other questions, I am very grateful for your time today, Dr. Neff, and I look forward to many more discussions between NIFWIF and our board.
Absolutely. I look forward to meeting you all in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking at the time and the business we have before us, if there is no objection, I'm going to recess for lunch, and we are going to reconvene at 12:15.
Bye.
Hearing no objection, we are in recess. And Secretary?
Let's do it.
We are called back to order. I apologize for the delay. Mr. Franzoy, you have the floor.
Okay, so I'm going to get into the cash flow statement right now. So we have approximately 600,000 of cash in the bank, 9 million of investments to the New Mexico State Treasurer. That's 9.5 million in cash balance as of March 31st. Our book balance here of 9.15 million is a difference in payroll. The payroll hasn't been processed, the checks haven't been, cashed in. So that's that difference there. If I scroll down, Karen put together a graph here. Essentially the blue balance is our bank balance. So cash in the bank. The orange is our investment balance. So that's cash that we're setting aside to accrue interest on it. We would prefer not to leave it in the bank. We would prefer to make interest on the money. And then there's a very hard to see kind of grayish white color here. That's going to be the total of cash in the bank and our investment. And I don't care too much about that yellow change in prior month. As you can see, in this kind of October through, February for every year dating back to 21, we do have a rise in our bank balance, and that's due to assessments coming in. And so there'll be more cash in the bank before we can move it into our investment fund. You can see that overall our cash balance is increasing and our investment balance is increasing. So as of now, we haven't pulled out cash from our investments because we haven't done any capital expenditures for heavy equipment and machinery this year. As I mentioned, we'll probably do that after the irrigation season and purchasing the excavators, backhoes, things of that nature that we have in the budget. So our cash balance is a little overstated right now. In Q2, we have an estimated pipe payment of approximately 450K. So that'll pull out some cash, but over the last 2.5 years, EBID has had, some positive cash growth. Karen had mentioned, and she's not here right now, but she mentioned that EBID doesn't have a reserve. We're not required to have a reserve. And she would recommend that we put a reserve of about 10%, which would be the equivalent of $1 million to set aside. So
Savings.
Reserve account is kind of restricted cash. Essentially, we just wouldn't be able to touch that cash just as a safety net, have you?
Sure.
So
has EBID ever done one?
EBID has never done one. We're not required to do one. It is optional, but
They used to have a reserve.
No,
They used to have extra money.
no extra money in a reserve.
Okay.
So like we had a pile of cash over here, none of it was reserved, it was not being budgeted.
And with that 1 million, where will it go? Just in a non-interest bearing?
It'll probably stay in this interest bearing account,
Okay.
but it will be restricted in the sense that we will not be spending any of that money without meeting whatever specific requirements for that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be,
Contingency fund.
yes, that's similar, yes, but for accounting principles and stuff, it's called a reserve, so, but yes. Contingency, just money set aside. So did you guys have any questions for the cash flow? Here, you guys good there? If not, I'm gonna go into the budget.
Before you move on to the budget, questions on cash flow, I do have one item. Are there questions on the cash flow? All right, we've received a recommendation from staff. We've assigned committees. I'm losing track of time, I think since our March board meeting, I can't remember when we assigned the committees, but the committees have been assigned. Do we have a chairperson for the budget finance committee?
Maybe we haven't done it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would, what's the will of the board? Do we want to refer this recommendation to committee and have that committee come back to us at our next board meeting? Or do we want to just say we've received the recommendation and on we go?
I think we should send to a committee.
All right,
Does that take a motion?
No, at the moment, Mr. Sloan, we'll look at you as a potential chair. Would you please, review that recommendation and provide a report to the board? Will do.
I don't think that needs to be reviewed in person. We could probably just send out an email. I don't think it's gonna, I don't want to take your guys' time up. I think it's just,
we need to have a meeting anyway, because we gotta get some things organized, so either way, I mean, because I gotta.
So I'm gonna leave it to the committee chair on how they run their committee, however they want to do.
any other questions?
Thank you. Please continue. Brandon.
So I'm gonna move on to the budget to actuals model. We're looking at the March financials here. This is going to be the overview here for all expenses, all departments, all months of the year up to date. I have reviewed kind of how to look at this with the budget committee. I do have some talking points here, but is there anything that sticks out to you guys now that you would like to look at? Or a preference for month specific? Go ahead.
Robbie Rosa.
Mr. President, Mr. Frangela, it looks like we've been underspending November, December, and all of first quarter. Is that typical?
Yes and no. It's not typical to be at these levels of underspending. Obviously, as a governmental agency, you want to operate at a net zero or above budget. You do not want to go into a deficit. And so we're always going to be under budget. And then what cash we have left at the end of the year, we can apply to capital expenditures. The reason that we're significantly under budget for November, December, I've went over in prior meetings, but that is mostly due to positions that we have yet to fill that we budgeted for the year, such as, in-house legal counsel, things of that nature. And then capital expenditures. So heavy equipment, machinery, excavators are spread throughout the budget evenly over the course of 12 months. And so those are not reflected in there. And it's just grant expenses as well.
Other questions?
Those are the big things, but obviously if you were to look at it, down here, so let's just say I go from November, December, January, February, March, right? You can see here that grant expense is the big thing. Capital expenditures is the next big thing. And then labor and fringes has some material stuff in there. Fuel expenses, we're using less fuel, but I don't think the fuel is 100% reconciled yet. And then our repairs and maintenance is down. Those are spread evenly as well across the year, but we're not really running our equipment hard all night, 24 hours. And so those expenses are more seasonal. Similar with fuel, it's budgeted evenly across the year, except when our ditch riders are running water and everyone's driving around, that's when fuel is used the most. And so is there any questions here? Did you guys want to look at March specifically, or do you like this view of year to date?
I like this view of year to date.
Okay.
Is there a different opinion?
So overall, every department is under budget. Irrigation, it seems to not be under budget. I'm not entirely sure what that's related to. It might be salary information. I know that finance is a little bit higher than we anticipated, at least for the month of March. The reason for that is we are signing new financial ERP software. We also have to license our existing software, but we're working on implementing that. So most of that is just kind of Microsoft Dynamics that was spread at a cost evenly throughout the year, but we have to pay a one-time fee. But overall, we're under budget, as you guys can see. I think that we look very healthy. We're going to be able to do a lot of capital expenditures, which is what I advocated for in creating this budget. And we're looking into leasing programs for heavy equipment and machinery as well as vehicles. Now, we've pushed the puck on the vehicles a lot faster. I think that we're kind of towards the final stages of that process, but you know, more on that will come probably to you guys either in a potentially soon special meeting if you guys call one, or next month's board meeting. Was there any questions on the finances before I get into other topics?
Seeing none, please continue, Mr. Franzo.
Okay, so next on the agenda, I believe, is the RFQ for the legal restructuring contract under 60,000 that you guys had requested me to put together. I put it together. I have provided you guys a handout detailing information as to the status of that, as well as the scope of work that was attached to that contract. If you guys want copies of the contract, copies of responses, the committee has already requested those of me. They have those. We could distribute those if you want, but essentially what we did is we reached out to 13 candidates who met the qualifications that the committee came up with. 5 of those candidates declined the offer. 4 of those did not respond to the offer. And so there was 4 candidates who did respond to the offer. The board felt like that wasn't enough, so we reopened that date. We pushed the date further to try to garner more response for that. Didn't get much in addition to that. Reached out to some people, did phone calls, emails, not really responsive. I know that some of the board committee was able to reach out to one of the contacts and get information. We didn't receive their application information. It was never sent over to me. So as far as I know, you know, they didn't apply for the award. But other than that, we have a contract ready to go. We didn't award the contract to anybody yet. So it's just kind of up to the board as to what they would like to do with this contract.
Thank you, Mr. Franzo. So that's gonna open this up to general discussion excuse me. That's opening this up to general discussion from the board about the RFQ for a legal structure consultant. Mr. Rosa.
Mr. President, yeah, we need to do this through the legal committee, but what I would like to do is interview a candidate or two, and if we are not convinced, then I could totally move on, but I would like to do the candidate.
Very good. So I want to go through that process, Mr. Lutz. I'm going to be looking to you to help guide me to be sure I understand this correctly. So the question from Mr. Rosa is, can we have the legal review committee interview the awarded individual and then provide a recommendation to the board at the time of approval for the contract?
Can I ask Mr. Franzo a question?
Yes.
Did we have anything in the,
It had to be voluntary.
it had to be voluntary?
It wasn't a mandatory requirement.
Okay.
So I would assume that based on my communication with the candidates, they would have no such problem with doing that voluntarily. I will not speak for them, but there was no requirement in our documentation to require that. I don't think we would award the contract in that instance. However, we could, but you could also have finalists selected and interview the finalists, which is, I think, is what more so Riverosa was suggesting.
So what is the process for that, Mr. Lutz, if we are interested in interviewing multiple potential contract awardees?
And I think the question would be then, would staff designate who the finalists were? Would that be the?
I think that they could do that, but given the limited number of applicants for the award, I would just suggest to interview all of them, so that way you don't get into.
As a practical matter, that seems to make sense with only four applicants. So that would be the legal process that I think would be acceptable. Would be if they voluntarily want to speak to the committee as finalists, they can do so, and then staff would ultimately make the recommendation to the board
as to whether to award a contract if the bid's approved.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Roby Rosa, does that answer your question about? So it has been suggested by Mr. Roby Rosa to, refer to committee the interview of the finalists for the award of this RFQ. Is there any objection to that from the board? Ms. Colquitt, I believe you are the chair of the
Yes.
committee doing that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Colquitt, would you please coordinate with staff to,
Joe and David.
implement specifically Gary.
There you go.
But I'm sure there will be staff members, not Gary, that will be coordinating with you.
Sure.
To execute the interview of the
Potential,
finalists
yeah.
for this RFQ.
Okay, and so there's 4 potential, is that correct?
Correct.
But we're gonna interview a couple, so.
You're gonna interview all,
Eeny, meeny, mo.
no, you're gonna
all
interview
4.
all 4 of them as they have met the deadline
Sure.
for submission of the,
Unless they deny.
unless they deny their voluntary meeting with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Colquitt. Mr. Franzoy, is there any ambiguity of the action the board is taking here with regards to that?
No, but I do think that the timing of this brings us into our next topic of conversation. And that's the RFP for the both legal positions. That's going to be one specifically focused on water and the other focused on everything else, so more of a general counsel position. Those contracts I've drafted, they are pretty much complete. I was anticipating.
By contract, you mean the RFP packages?
The RFP packages, yes. And so the RFP packages are complete. I was expecting to meet with the legal review committee on Friday. It didn't happen. I was gonna finalize those contracts, have them ready for you guys by the board meeting. I reached out Monday and Tuesday to also meet for an hour to push them. They felt that we wouldn't have adequate time to review them to their standards, and thus those, I believe, I would recommend tabling those until they have adequate time to review.
Very good. And I believe that is also the recommendation of the legal review committee?
Yes.
Very good. Without objection then, items C and D are simply referred back to committee.
And I would,
And I'm gonna make just one comment on that, the three of these, the way the 3 of these come together. It is my opinion that the acquisition of this consultant is important for these 2 RFPs. Ordinarily, as part of the team, we lean on our legal consultants heavily when we're working through an RFP process. Our legal consultants cannot participate in these RFPs if they are to also bid on them.
Yeah.
So having a consultant that won't be bidding on these to help provide input to the committee, in my opinion, is important and very useful. And I would encourage working through the process to facilitate that at the committee level.
The candidates are suitable, but it just doesn't work out.
And we've got to come up with a different process.
Just wing it?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that. So when, moving back to, I think in January, we first started discussing this. We just started discussing the importance of the timeline, how much time we have to complete this process. And that it is short and getting shorter.
Yes.
The process we have done in the past for these specific types of RFPs, so RFPs that have to do with legal consultation. Staff works out the RFP, we send them out, we try to get responses. We've had tremendous difficulty getting responses from acceptable applicants, where primarily acceptable means they don't have a legal conflict with the district.
Sure.
We've talked about the difficulties we've had and why Barncastle Law has such a high workload, because the process we've run has been, at least to some extent, ineffective. Hiring a consultant to assist in that, hiring a consultant to help recruit for that is a different process. I support the idea of trying something different as opposed to just trying the same thing over and over again. That process also takes some time in getting that consultant on board. I would encourage the committee to push hard on trying to get a solution to getting a consultant on board, as was the direction of the board, prior to the approval of those RFPs, so that we've got the person that we're leaning on to help us with the structure and the recruiting, also involved in the RFP process.
Okay.
Hopefully that wasn't just rambling.
Get to work, okay?
It meant, well, it meant we're urgently trying to accomplish the work of the board that is proper. There is a sense of getting the cart before the horse. And so in my mind, the item with the most immediate urgency is the completion of the legal structure consultant contract. Even if it is occurring, the week before we're finalizing the RFPs for the other legal contracts, we at least have that individual on board so that their ideas, concerns, potential pitfalls are considered by committee. And then in the get to work part, I leave it to the legal review committee to sort out how to get the work done. Mr. Franzo, did you have anything else with regards to this?
So the contract for the RFQ is done. It just needs an award. And essentially, I don't think it'd take very long for the RFP to be finished, given the state that I have it in right now. If we want guidance from the RFQ, that is completely fine. I think that'll be a very quick turn. I don't assume it will take more than 1 to 2 hours.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Franzo. Thank you, Mr. Colquitt. Mr. Robirosa.
I previously discussed, what was the number that you recommended keeping your reserve? Sorry to jump back to this.
1 million.
Oh.
It's okay to ask for clarification on something, Mr. Robirosa, that's appropriate. Okay.
Was there any other questions before I put out? Good.
Thank you very much. All right, that brings us to the manager's update. Mrs. Solopek, the only item I've got is the NWR policy conference update. Are you prepared to give that update?
Yes, I am.
You have the floor.
So last week we attended the annual Washington DC trip with all of the rest of the NWRA members, where we essentially send out notice to all of the congressional delegation across the West that they are going to be descended upon by irrigation interests, irrigated agriculture interests and irrigation districts for that week. And so we scheduled meetings with our delegation and federal agencies like others did. And it's a nice round robin, fast paced, lots of meetings. And we ended up getting through with our slate in 2 days. We also, again, for the second time, last year was the initial time, we lobbied with the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, consistent with the program we set up last year regarding collaboration along the river. So we continued that and worked together to talk to our delegation and the agencies about needs within our district. The primary focus was restoration habitat, storm and floodwater capture, and of course, El Vado. We also continued to explain and encourage the partnership between EBID and MRGCD, and their CEO, Jason Kasuga, has plans to come down and see this board and present to you, I believe, June at this point. But we just continued our joint lobbying effort, continuing to spread the word about the benefit of collaboration. And then in context, discussing various of our substantive issues. So that was the lobbying side of things. And then of course there was the conference side of things that we attended on various different topics. And so I guess with that, I would say I thought it was a very successful trip. I appreciate the board members who attended. They were very engaged. They were able to work with the federal agencies and delegations to help them understand who they are.
Samantha, you're breaking up.
Yeah.
But I did understand most of that, Mrs. Hall. Thank you very much for the update. I will add briefly that while our 2 irrigation districts were in Washington. Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Salve. Can you hear me? While our 2 irrigation districts were in Washington, DC, my counterpart at MRGCD was in Santa Fe at the law conference with me, and reiterated the interest in continuing strong cooperative collaboration between our irrigation districts. I have given her and her board a standing invitation to come to any of our board meetings that they choose to, and that we look forward to more cooperation in the future. And I appreciate the work that Mrs. Salpeck and EBID staff has put into changing the dynamic between our districts. And I would like to hand it over to Mr. Colquitt, Mr. Clayshall for their input.
So I spoke to Jason. I said, you want to come down and, or we go up or kind of do some mingling. And he said for that to happen, maybe the board as a whole invite him, I think is what we got to do, right? That's what he told me.
I don't know that it has to be that. That said, if there is any objection to having MRGC be attending our board meetings, I would like to hear it. I'm not expecting to, but I'd like to hear it. I have given a standing invitation to their board president to come anytime she chooses.
Okay. Russo?
Correct, Stephanie Russo. Oh, Mr. Colquitt, Mr. Clayshall, do you have any input you'd like to give about the trip to Washington, D.C., the conference and your meetings?
What word would I say I was? It is impressive how many water districts or projects go up there lobbying. It's I think it's a necessary deal. You know, I didn't think so before, but I think it's kind of what needs to happen. Good, bad, or indifferent, and you got to get along with them.
Thank you, Mr. Colquitt. Mr. Clayshall, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Mrs. Salopek did a really good job representing us. We met with staff and or in person, both the Mexico senators, Representative Vasquez and Representative Melanie Stansbury, who's the staff with all 3 of them except Vasquez, met him in person. The Melanie Stansbury's staff seemed to me to be the most informed about things about the river. But we got a warm reception everywhere except Mr. Vasquez, not nearly as warm.
Thank you, Mr. Clayshall. So I appreciate your time getting to Washington. I agree with Mr. Colquitt's comment. It is necessary. It is necessary for us to represent ourselves, advocate for ourselves in Washington, D.C. It's a tremendous amount of effort to do it. And so I'm grateful to Barncastle Law, the EBID staff, and to our board members for attending and doing that difficult work. Ms. Saltek, if you don't have anything else, I will move on to the next agenda item.
I think, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I think the dog barking threw off my microphone. I apologize about that. The only other thing I will add is that we also continued to build upon our partnership with the Pueblo of Isleta, and we will be soon hosting their lieutenant governor and others, Juan Ray Abeta, for a tour of our district. So I will keep you posted on when that happens, but that is also another positive out of NWRA and DC last week. And I apologize, I couldn't get that in earlier. And with that, Mr. President, I don't have anything else for the manager's update.
Thanks, Ms. Saltek, and that is indeed very good news. Additional collaborators, Mr. Clayshall.
Just one thing, kind of with PK. Putting a face in front of these people makes a difference. Really does.
I couldn't agree more. All right, item 11, discussion over holding 2 regular board meetings per month. And specifically, there's a review of the 2024 Open Meetings Act resolution because it states in it our regular board meetings. All right. Mr. Rovirosa, I believe that you brought this to my attention.
That's correct.
I'll hand the floor to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I have been considering, recommending that we move to a 2 board meeting per month format so that we can, shorten the meetings so they aren't all-day marathons, and so that we can address issues in a more timely manner instead of having to wait a month between making decisions. We now have 8 committees, and those committees are pumping out recommendations. And I would like to get those recommendations approved and for the board to give additional direction to the committees on a more frequent basis. So with that, I would like to hear feedback from the other board members.
Thank you very much. Ms. Colquitt.
Online or in person? That is up for discussion. However, there is an item in the Open Meetings Act resolution that discusses that. So I think maybe the president can answer.
Sure. My opinion on online or in person. For regular board meetings, the board of directors of this district, I would suggest those should be in person. It is acceptable for board members to attend it via our Zoom format when they're unable to attend it in person. Our regular board meetings generally include now a significant number of public members that are attending to listen, that are attending to provide input. It is much less effective for them to do that if none of us are sitting here. So for regular board meetings, I would suggest it makes sense to expect them to be in person, and your attendance via some remote format is an exception. Mr. Rovirosa.
President, I would like to express to staff that the idea behind this would not be to review permits at every meeting. Still review permits only once a month, so that would not be additional work on your plate. The main topics, the additional board meeting would be reports from committees. That would be the majority of the work.
Thank you, Mr. Rovirosa. Other questions or comments? Mr. Clayshall.
I'd like to ask specifically Mr. Dry, Mr. Lovely, they traveled the furthest. What do you think?
I don't have a problem with the committees on that.
Rather keep it at one. You could make them shorter by going to 2, but then, well, look at what we got standing in all day. As it is now, we have special meetings when we need something.
Mr. Roverosa.
Special meetings is another reason why I would suggest that we go to 2 meetings per month. And if there is nothing to discuss at that meeting, I would rather cancel the meeting or say that there's nothing to discuss than have a surprise special meeting. I am not particularly in favor of a lot of special meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Roverosa. My input. So, looking at the agenda we have today, looking at the time it already is. It is my expectation we will not complete today's agenda. And that we will have unfinished business at the end of today's meeting. It is. And the reason we will have unfinished business is that I do not intend to keep the board of directors nor staff here beyond 5 p.m. That there has to be some reasonable constraints to our board meetings. Bluntly, my eyes start rolling back in my head, you know, somewhere around the 6-hour mark, and I'm no longer making good decisions. Your mileage may vary. Given that, there's a question of how do we manage unfinished business? Do we simply postpone all unfinished business for a month? Do we recess and reconvene the next day? That's bringing me all right back. Do we call special board meetings? Or do we simply move to 2 meetings a month and unfinished business is conducted at the next regular board meeting? I concur with Mr. Roverosa that I would rather have a regular board meeting which is canceled for an empty agenda than to have special board meetings which are difficult for the public to keep track of. We have a notice requirement. To know when we're having a special board meeting, you've got to check the EBID website every other day. It's important things that we discuss in our special board meetings. We are compliant with the Open Meetings Act. It is much easier, especially for our friends at state agencies or reclamation, much easier for them to attend when they can schedule it on their calendar twice a month for our regular board meetings. And if the meeting's canceled, they don't have to show up either. For those reasons, I support moving it to 2 board meetings a month. It also makes a more regular schedule for staff in how they're preparing for these meetings. Because currently, any 5 board members can call a special board meeting on 5 days' notice. Or no, 3 days' notice. That is difficult for staff to adjust to. Mr. President.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of speak on behalf of EBID on this matter. I think that I disagree with Ralph's point. I think it will still overburden staff. We have to record the meeting minutes. We have to finalize those. We have to post the agendas. So doing that twice is going to pull away from staff time. I think another thing to consider is that a lot of people drive from El Paso, Albuquerque, you know, all over to come to these meetings. And so for them to have to travel twice in a month is more burdensome for them and costly for them than to only do it once a month. So I think being considerate of those individuals who are traveling long distances to come to these meetings, I would just kind of put that out there as well.
Mr. President,
Mr. Glacial.
who travels from Albuquerque down there?
Well, we have the VOR come in here and give presentations. And they come down here. State engineer sometimes you have the Texas commissioner coming up here. You have EP1 coming here, just varies.
Those are fairly rare occurrences. I can't see how it would be an undue burden on them. I haven't decided whether to for or against this idea, but I don't think that's gonna be an undue burden on them because they're rarely here. I thought you had somebody should travel like every month to this meeting.
I would suggest that we have quite a bit of visitors on a regular basis in our meetings, but I mean, if your opinion differs, then
I just think they're mostly locals, what I'm saying. I don't think there's anybody who regularly travels on long distance. That I've noticed.
I agree with that.
Like I say, I haven't really made up my mind on this one way or the other, but just.
I think that's a valid point. Appreciate it.
Ms. Ontivero?
Mr. President, can we please check with, Mr. Lutz on this whole, Director Willis has stated about canceling the meeting?
Sure.
If you are setting 2 meetings per month, I don't know if you can on a week cancel a meeting.
So, Mr. Lutz, the question is, if we have regular board meetings, whatever the regular board meeting setting is, if we have an empty agenda, can we cancel a board meeting?
Or what's the notice in order to cancel that?
Well, yeah, and the question would be, is one, are you in compliance with your annual resolution, which you can update during the course of the year? But I think you would have to provide some kind of notice that you're canceling the meeting. I would say as a practical matter, from my experience here a few months, I would expect that the meetings would have some business to address. I just bring up that practical point that I haven't seen anything to suggest that there would be empty agendas. But that would create a legal concern under Open Meetings Act that you had a notice meeting that did not go forward.
So be sure I understand correctly. So we have our Open Meetings Act resolution. It sets forth a standard for our regular meetings. For any regular meeting, we have a 72-hour notice requirement of agenda. If posting an empty agenda saying no business, the board will not convene, is that, are we out of compliance with our resolution if we do that? I believe that's the question being asked by Mrs. Ontiveros.
Well, what I'd say is looking at the annual resolution, it indicates unless otherwise specified, regular meetings shall be held each month on the same.
And we do move the date, and so
Right.
we're not specifically talking about needing to move the date.
And then from a statutory standpoint, for example, if you are recessing and reconvening a meeting, and this would go to the question of perhaps unfinished business today, you then have to specify the date and time and make certain that only the items that were agendaed for that meeting are discussed at the reconvening of that meeting. So the concern you have is are you recessing an empty agenda meeting? It's a little bit of a legal black hole in some respects. Because I think there's an expectation you would always have an agenda item for a regularly scheduled meeting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So it is more complex. There's some complexity. Mr. Tharp.
Couldn't we just, at the end of this meeting, just determine whether or not we need another meeting that month and call a special meeting like in 2 weeks? Wouldn't that just solve?
You schedule a special meeting?
If we need to, for 2 weeks, and we don't have to schedule 2 meetings.
For the completion of unfinished business?
Yes. Or no, not the completion of unfinished business, whatever we need to get taken care of, that can't wait to the next month. Whether it be new, or we could set it up really anytime within that month, a special meeting. If we needed to.
So to be compliant with our Open Meetings Act resolution, call a special meeting. Requires either the president or 5 board members to give notice to the district with an agenda. So if we have unfinished business, that part's easy. There's the agenda. If we don't, we can't call a special board meeting without an agenda. So we've got, again, the cart before the horse there. Let's schedule a special board meeting. What's going to be on? We don't know yet. We'll figure that out between here and there. Mr. Lutz.
Mr. President, what I would suggest is, because if you have unfinished business,
I believe the intent of the statutory procedure is you recess and reconvene.
Okay.
And you only discuss the agenda items in the reconvened meeting that were noticed out before. If you wanted to add items, you would, in my opinion, follow the special meeting process. And then that special meeting would be noticed basically to begin at the conclusion of the reconvened regular meeting.
Thank you. Mrs. Ontiveros.
Just to clarify, I think what Mr. Thorpe was trying to say is kind of, I think what David is alluding to is only call a special board meeting if there are things still need to be discussed, not the cart before the horse. Not just calling one to call.
Okay, did I misunderstand this?
Yes, that is, she's correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. Mr. Terry,
Mr. President, I think what Mr. Ruby Rose is suggesting is at the second board meeting, all we have is committee reports. Do I understand right?
Unless there's something else that we have to discuss, but mostly when you just community reports.
So, and if I understood Mr. Roby Rose's suggestion there, staff has things that they prepare for our regular board meetings. There's a financial report, there are licenses, there's a water resources review. And that increasing staff's workload to do that twice a month instead of once a month would be difficult. And Mr. Roby Rosa is suggesting that that's
To be excluded.
That's not what yeah, they would only be covered if staff requested it because it was unable to be completed at the previous board meeting. I believe that's how I understood that, Mr. Rosa. There is the discussion of the need to, we've got more minutes to review. We have the same amount of business that we conduct, whether we split it into 2 meetings or not. I don't actually create the minutes, and so I don't have a good handle on whether 2 4-hour meetings, creating 2 sets of minutes is more difficult than 1 8-hour meeting, creating 1 set of minutes. They're both a ton of work. I don't have to know if one of those is substantially more difficult than the other. All right. Given the complexities of this, what I would suggest is one of 2 things. We're currently meeting twice a month. We can let this go and just keep doing it the way we've been doing it with 1 regular board meeting and then special board meetings, which are done on an ad hoc basis when business requires it, or referring this item to committee to further work out the details with staff and report back to the board.
Mr. President, what if we were to have a similar timed special board meeting every month? Then that would allay any concerns about canceling the meeting, and it would happen at about the same time every month, which would make it somewhat regular.
So, given that, that's an interesting idea, and I would put that into the referred committee to sort out. It is complex enough. I'm concerned about is actually making a decision for an amendment to our Open Meetings Act resolution today. Mr. Sloan.
My only comment is the biggest problem this board has is for getting people to run for the board is they don't like the length of the meeting. And so we already having 2 meetings a month. I've been here for 4 months. We're already having 2 or 3 meetings a month. So I think if we could try to get this shorter, it will attract people to run for the board. If we could have the second one be a virtual, because if it is a short agenda, if we can have it online, Randy could stay at his chili shed and he doesn't have to come down here and we can just deduct the 2 or 3 bullet points and move on. And maybe that in the future would help somebody say, yeah, I can potentially run for this position. Because no one wants to be here from 9 to 5. I mean, I don't think anybody, the staff doesn't want to be here probably that long. I mean, they would be doing something else as well. So I think we need to look at doing something different, is my opinion. So I'd like to have 1 virtual, 1 in person. The virtual one would basically be limited, do not have permits, do not have financial reports, things of that nature. Keep it concise of certain bullet points that we know pertain more discussion for the board.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mr. Lynch, would you have a comment?
Just very briefly, there would be concern about having basically a regular special meeting. I mean, special meetings have their own requirements for notice. And those would have to be followed if you did that. So we just have to be mindful of that if it's referred to committee. And then on virtual appearance, you know, you would have to substantiate that it's otherwise difficult or impossible. I think geographically probably meets the standard for a fair number of people, but those are just, as you say, statutory complexities to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Rosa.
Mr. President, I recommend that we take this to the Board Rules and Ethics Committee.
Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, this item is referred to the Board Rules and Ethics Committee. And we will coordinate with staff to meet, consider this and report back to the board at our next regular board meeting. The Government Affairs Committee report. Mr. Rosa.
Okay, the Government Affairs Committee met, 3 times in the last month. The first on March 21st to decide, what who the chair was going to be, what the purpose and the goals of the committee were. And then twice, because the president, assigned the task of reviewing, the documents for, our manager search to this committee. So, the committee met on March 21st. The committee chose myself to be the chair of the committee. And the committee seeks input from the board regarding the purpose of the Government Affairs Committee. The committee proposes the following as the purpose of the committee: develop and propose board policies related to government affairs, develop and maintain relationships with government entities and officials, oversee and direct legislative and regulatory efforts, oversee lobbying work, attend conferences, legislative sessions, and committee meetings. So I will open it up. I will hand it over to the president to discuss that, that purpose.
All right. So are you handing in a copy of the report? Is that correct?
It's all in our packet. It's all in our packet.
Okay. I wasn't sure if they were moving something around.
So,
Very good.
item 2 on that report, we're seeking input from the board regarding the purpose of the Government Affairs Committee, just to make sure we're on the right page.
You happen to have the page number of that?
36.
Thank you.
Not in that one, okay, it's your electronic packet.
So this was what was proposed by the Government Affairs Committee. And we're seeking guidance from the board on it. So feedback from the board on items A through D.
It's 36 people.
Yeah, I think I'm a little, turn around. All right, I got my neighbor here.
You worked on it. You were there for all 17 hours. Just so you know.
Yeah. And I missed it. Did you read them out?
I did read them.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no additional input, can I take it that the board consents to the proposed purpose of the committee?
Like a pretty good list to me.
Very good.
Very good. Moving on, the committee seeks input from the board regarding short and long-term goals. In addition to the goals the board sets, the committee proposes the following goals: create a list of governing bodies and key people within those organizations with which the committee should maintain contact. Assign committee members to each person. Work with staff to create a strategic plan for legislation. And find stakeholders to sit on the committee.
Those are listed as goals. I would suggest that also what the committee thought are the priorities, the first items that they should be working on. Input from the board.
What are you thinking, as far as stakeholders who, you think about just EBID constituents?
That's correct.
How do we pick them?
The committee would nominate them. And then the committee would vote on them. I propose that each member of the committee get one nomination and then the committee, votes on them.
How many would you select?
Two. Two was the recommendation. For this committee.
Yeah.
For other committees, the
operation is 4.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's an excellent discussion. The expectation is this will be a difficult part of the committee's assignment. Is finding stakeholders, willing to serve on a committee at EBID along with the board members. But a very valuable part of policy formation. Mr. Garage?
Would those stakeholders have to attend the meeting or could they show them the report to review?
They would attend the committee meetings. Yeah, so they're not this is what we decided, what do you think? They are part of the deliberation at the committee level. All right, hearing none. Hearing no further input, I take it the board consents to that list of priorities.
Very good. Item 4, President Davier assigned the committee the task of reviewing work provided by Water Strategies to recruit the next manager in between board meetings. The committee reviewed the promotional document and the EBID district manager position description on April 5th and 9th. It will be included in the board packet for approval. The committee recommends that both documents be approved and grant Water Strategies permission to make non-substantive changes with approval from myself as a board member tasked with coordination with Water Strategies or the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roverosa. I do believe that concludes the report from the Government Affairs Committee.
Do we need to receive approval on item 4? Or do we just?
No, there's an agenda item for that.
Okay. Well, approval to, make, for Water Strategies to make non-substantive changes with our, approval in between board meetings.
So I would suggest that that's appropriate for the next agenda item.
Okay. Very good.
Well, that's an excellent point, because what I'd like to do, so how I have been functioning when a committee reports to the board and they have recommendations in it, it is considered by the board. When the board accepts those recommendations, I then take that as a policy directive from the board. And when I am tasked with executing that, such as making the committee assignments, I work with staff and we review that recommendation as our policy document. And so I wanted to be clearly stated, if there's a recommendation in a committee report that is not accepted by the board, as a president, I do need to know that because I will operate accordingly. I don't get to make things up. I follow the direction of the board when I'm executing board policy with staff. So as do other committees, right? Other committees have to follow the direction of the board. So let's talk about that specific recommendation. We haven't reviewed the documents yet. But is there concern about having Water Strategies making non-substantive changes to our recruitment promotional document, manager job description, once we've approved those documents? They have to he has to format them to get them prepared to go out, or if there's a punctuation error, something of that nature.
So we're giving or granting Chris Pauley the power to make non-substantive or substantive changes, is that right?
That's correct.
With approval from Rob.
or
The committee.
Okay,
The expectation, those be things like, we should capitalize this, we should. This sentence is grammatically incorrect, we should change that. It would not be, this is our priority, no, we've decided to change that, and make something else. our priority.
okay, sure,
That would be.
Years of service, let's just say.
okay,
Right.
sure.
That's very reasonable.
I want to leave that recommendation open to be reconsidered by the board after we've reviewed the manager's search documents, in case there is concern. But as it stands right now, if there is no objection, I will receive the recommendations from committee as being approved by the board.
We need a motion.
We do actually for that.
I move we accept the recommendations of the Government Affairs Committee as presented.
I second.
I have a motion by Mr. Glacial and seconded by Mr. Dry to approve the recommendations of the Government Affairs Committee. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. That brings us to the review of the manager recruitment promotional document and manager job description. Mr. Rosa.
The Government Affairs Committee met on the 5th and on the 9th to put these to modify the documents that, Water Strategies use for the recruitment of, the manager for Kenwood Irrigation District. And, what is in your board packets is what we decided on. Are there any, concerns with either of the two documents as presented? I know that staff has some, changes that need to be made. They have presented, to us with regard to the benefits, and we will make sure that that gets put in. That is on this page. So if you all approve that, then we can put that in before, we can get back to Water Strategies.
What page is that?
That wasn't handed out, that was over to.
Yeah, that's a separate page that you have somewhere.
This was received this morning from staff.
That was only
Company
given to
agenda
the
item.
vice president and the president.
Oh. Just to make us aware of, okay, thank you.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you. I actually do see your hand, Mrs. Saltek. And I will recognize you in just a moment. All right. All right, so we have the proposed amendments from staff that deal with the benefits of district employees. I think we need to consider that. Also, find it in here.
Mr. President, do you want me to give you a quick update for board members that don't have access to that paper?
Not quite yet, but yes, thank you. We have priorities listed in the promotional job document, and I believe it was also in the job description. The first bullet has been suggested that it be amended to read that work with reclamation in New Mexico state engineer to ensure compliance with the Rio Grande Compact and other regulations. So with those two items, Mrs. Oliveros, you said it.
So our HR reviewed the packet and noticed a lot of what you guys put in there was incorrect to what we get, such as para, you had a different name that we don't provide, your annual leave, your sick leave, the insurance. So that's what's noted on that, and a lot of that is incorrect to what we can provide.
Thank you. We will.
Which we did, that was, Chris Polly gave us from Washington, so we knew that was gonna be wrong, because that was like whatever Washington.
She
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that that was
Yeah,
correct.
exactly. Yep.
That is what's going to be one of my recommendations when we came to the board with this is the benefits package needs to be compliant with our district HR policy, and that I would recommend that Chris Policy coordinate district HR to ensure that they are accurate and compliant with the compensation packages for district employees. With that, Mrs. Solomon, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'll withdraw the statement for just a few minutes unless it doesn't get taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
President,
Mr. Claypool.
read through this, but I've forgotten half of it. It would be a good idea, I think, to have something in there somewhere that if the manager's on vacation, he'd still be available by telephone or whatever in case of emergencies or urgent situations. Like I said, forgotten half what it says about it.
Let me see where that might be in here. I could, Mr. Franzoy.
So we have an emergency contact link policy. I believe that one says.
Thank you.
Mr. Claypool, does that satisfy your?
I think so.
Sir, thank you. So we've had two recommendations. One of them is to coordinate with HR with regards to the compensation portion of the job description. In order to ensure it's compliant with the personnel policies of the district and of the state. The second was the priority of compliance with the Rio Grande Compact. Are there any concerns or objections to those two recommended changes? Hearing none. We'll start with the motion. What's the will of the board? And then we'll get to discussion on it. So specifically, does the board want to approve these two documents for Mr. Pauly to commence manager search? Mr. Roby Wilson.
Oh, well, have you all reviewed the second document? Do you know what the second document is? It's the job description. Are there any questions or concerns you like?
And it is extracted from the promotional materials. I don't believe there were any changes from the promotional document to the job description. Is that correct, Mr. Roby Wilson? That's correct.
That starts on page 48.
Sometime I believe I'm waiting for a motion or not having one. So to be clear, we cannot move forward with the recruitment of a manager until this is approved by the board. Mr. Sloan.
I move to amend or change for the compensation package that staff directed And also to add the part of the operating agreement.
The priority about compliance with the Rio Grande Compact.
Correct. And accept the documents, available.
I have a motion from Mr. Sloan, seconded by Mr. Dry, to accept the manager recruitment promotional document and manager job description with the two amendments. One of them is compliance with our HR policy, coordinated by Mr. Policy and EBID HR. And the second is the amendment to the first priority to be compliance with the Rio Grande Compact. Discussion. Mrs. Solopek, I left you waiting. Did you have any further comments?
No, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Solopek. Mr. Lutz, do you have any comments before we approve this? Thank you very much. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. Motion passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 14, which is the process to transfer water from one water user to another. Timing, it is 1:30 p.m. We will be going into closed session at 3 o'clock sharp. Or before if possible. Mr. Roby Rosa.
I requested that this be put on the agenda. The main reason I requested that it be put on the agenda was to kick it to the appropriate committee.
Very good. And would you state what's the, would you give a little bit of background on what it is you're looking to discuss?
I believe that we should have a concrete policy on how to transfer water from 1 year, allocated water from 1 year, not water rights, but just allocated water from 1 year from one farmer to another, and what constraints should be placed on that transfer.
Very good, thank you. Just a semantic difference, it's allotted water, but I understood what you were saying. Mr. Roby Rosa is recommending to refer this to committee. In my mind, the appropriate committee would be the operations committee. Is there a difference of opinion on which committee to refer it to?
What about the water resources committee?
Water resources committee is another option.
I would say water resources.
Okay. So I've heard two suggestions for water resources. So given that, is there any objection to referring it to water resources and reporting back to the board at our May board meeting? Hearing none, that item is referred to the Water Resources Committee with the report back due for the regular May board meeting. Ms. Sloan, you may.
You know, that's a good committee because that's got Randy, yourself, and Henry. So that's a good spread to the valley. I would strongly recommend you guys get your two constituents, maybe one from Hatch and one from the south. That way you can try to get a lot of input for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that recommendation. Mr. Sloan, Mr. Roby Rosa.
Mr. President, I believe that committee is actually recommended to have up to.
I looked it up, it's two.
It's only two.
Yeah, okay. But we have the committee, the committee makeups that were approved by the board written down, and so we will refer to those to continue development of our committee process.
Mr. President.
Mr. Clayton.
In the break, I was talking to Jerry Franzoy. He understands the problem. And, he said, and I'm not trying to speak for them, this is what Jerry told me. So Shane has the idea, nobody should be able to, because predicated on the idea they might have earlier release. That was our problem last year. Shane has the idea that no one should be able to transfer water from up there down here, from Hatch Valley to the Sea Valley. You know, they were like 3 weeks before the last water day or cut off water. I said, I had an idea for Jerry 2 weeks. 2 weeks worked fine, but I wouldn't want any less than 2 weeks, man. I just put in his 2 cents worth as a Hatch resident.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. I appreciate you informing the board of Mr. Franzoi's input. I expect the committee will consider that. Mr. Franzoy.
I concur with that, and going through the data, because I looked into this issue, I wanted to understand what was going on post that period. he was the biggest one doing that, post those deadlines. And so to his understanding, he could transfer those water rights, it was fine. They're okay with not doing that now.
Thank you for providing that constituent input as well. Moving on to our next agenda item. Next is engineering.
I mean,
Thank you, and maintenance, thank you.
do not forget Leo.
So we begin with Ms. Barrett, maintenance project updates.
Well, mine will be extra short, so to be quite honest with you. Like I said earlier, we did get finished with all of the major construction. And we're at the point on our grants that we've stopped all labor factor on and waiting for some concrete to cure down one day at tying a cable across the river and we're done. So, right now, folks have gone back into the pre-water season timeframe. So we're getting canals ready, burning, cleaning out stuff. I did have a presentation, but being that it's, like you said, you know, these meetings get kind of long for you. So I look forward to where I can sit down with you guys in a separate meeting, committee meeting, whatever you want. And be able to sit down with the kinds of work we do, who we do it with, what time of year we do it. So you know where your employees are at and the numbers of employees that are physically doing the type of work that is done under. And so I look forward to that time. I will not have one today. I can have one for you in May, but you let me know what you want and we'll do it. We'll put pictures and the whole ball of wax.
So today I would suggest that brief is appreciated.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Barrett? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Special use permits. Mr. Gamboa.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
All right, let me get set up for. I will, yes. Find out where I'm going here. Second here, trying to find out where I'm at.
Close and reopen stuff.
Was there?
No, the public, we're sharing.
Was it?
And trying.
Okay. Okay, just to summarize what I'm gonna go through on the license pack here, there's a total of 21 right use licenses to review. One, Town of Mesilla culvert crossing, 3 Town of Mesilla, utility crossings, 12, Telesolutions fiber optic crossings, 1 Telesolutions fiber optic parallel, 1 Lower Rio Grande water line crossing, 1 natural gas, / Charles Tharp, gas line crossing, 1 Alvarez Farm irrigation well discharge pipe and aerial line crossing, and 1 El Paso Electric aerial electrical crossing. So the first license that I'm going to start with, actually it'll be the first 4, or the from the Town of Mesilla. This is license number 267. And this is to construct, operate, and maintain a 8-inch water line attached to the bridge crossing the California lateral. And please let me know if any questions come up. Second one here is license number 268, Town of Mesilla. This is to reconstruct, operate, and maintain an existing vehicle culvert crossing the Mesilla lateral.
Before we go further, Mr. Gamboa, Gamboa asked if we would bring up any questions we had. Do you wish us to ask our questions for any individual license during your presentation, or wait till you completed it all?
I mean, if you have a question on a certain license I'm going through, we can talk about it right then.
Very good.
If not, I can always go back to it and that's fine too. So
Thank you.
whichever works. Next license is Town of Mesilla, license number 018. This is the reconstruct, operate, and maintain an existing buried 6-inch water line crossing the Mesilla lateral. Next license, Town of Mesilla, license number 019, to reconstruct, operate, and maintain an existing buried 4-inch sewer line crossing the Mesilla lateral.
Would you zoom in on the special conditions for that permit? please? Mr. Lopez.
Special,
Seems like we're accessing the meeting.
Okay, the special conditions on this, existing buried 4-inch sewer line. Of course, no construction allowed during irrigation season. Buried crossing must be constructed no less than 5 feet below the design invert grade. And buried crossing must be metal encased throughout EBID right away.
So as a point of clarification, the depth of this, is that 5 feet below the invert drain for the entire portion of this that is on EBID property?
It is, yes, and let me scroll down here, I believe I have a.
And to clarify, the reason I'm asking for additional scrutiny here is because this is a sewer line.
Yes. Okay, this will be right here. So before this license, there was a 6-inch water line. And then there's also the one we were just talking about, the 4-inch sewer line. These are both the lines beneath the culvert, underneath, metal encased, and that is 5 feet, actually a little more than 5 feet below the culvert, the invert.
So it is the portion of it that's below the culvert.
This is all below, yeah, and it looks to be, it's about 5 by 6 feet. The two lines are right here, and then you have the space in between, which is shown here in the diagram. It's like about 5 to 6 feet.
That is compliant with both written policy and the express direction of this board.
You're correct.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
So just be sure I understand.
Okay.
They want to tear up the culvert and then redo the water and sewer lines and they replace the culvert.
That's correct. So they are actually on these two projects in Mesilla, they're both, one of them's rehabbing or adding sidewalk, curb and gutter. And the other one, they're actually gonna widen, which is this one here, they're gonna widen it. And that's with the culvert too. So they're replacing the culvert. They're gonna widen it, so that culvert's gonna be completely new. And then they'll widen, add curb and gutter, the new lines undergoing it also.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Okay, so for this one here, this is with Telesolutions, Ethos Broadband. So there's gonna be a total of, I believe, 13 licenses for these guys, and it's fiber optic cabling. So this line is gonna start in Radium Springs and work its way to Hatch. And each one of these points that you can see here are crossings. And then I'll show you exactly where the parallel is, and we can talk about that a little more, because that would probably something you would want to talk about a little more. The crossings that are going to be shown, pretty much they're crossings that we have all over already. These guys are just looking to add these new lines, new crossings. So the first one here, and some of these are repetitive, but I'll just work my way through. This is license number 021. Telesolutions is construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the roadie lateral. And that's at approximate station 170. And for all these crossings, this is the drawing that they're going with. So on all these crossings here, you can see you have the line that they're gonna be installing is gonna be 20 feet below, which is plenty of clearance. And they are doing that possibly because there might be some lines ran that they're looking to run if they run into the water season. And usually in any case that there's no construction during irrigation season. And I actually have a representative here from Ethos. He can dive into any of your questions or anything like that if you guys have any. But they do plan on having all these culverts taken care of prior to irrigation season. So they're just thinking ahead. Crossings, I'm sorry.
Or is it a bore under the ditch and do it that way?
That's correct. Exactly like this drawing that shows here. This blue line right down here, you can get this ground surface.
Okay.
And then you got the waterway. And then they'll give you 20 feet below that invert. Yes, sir. Yeah. And they're just being extra cautious.
So I want to be sure I understand your explanation of that, Mr. Gamboa.
Okay.
There is an expectation that construction of these may need to take place during water season. And this license would allow that if they're 20 feet below the invert of our facility.
That would
Is that how I
be at
understand
the
that?
board's discretion on that. That would be their decision.
Mr. Rogerose.
Mr. President, would they would, so I've gone under a road before, you use a tunnel digger, they bore a horizontal tunnel after digging a pit on either side.
Correct.
Of what they're boring under. I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do here, so they don't disturb the irrigation channel.
That's exactly right. And what you can see is you kind of see a starting point. I know it doesn't give the dimensions on it, but a starting point is outside of the EBID right away. And once,
Approximately 90 feet, it looks like.
yeah, and it will vary on the right of ways of each lateral canal drain. It'll vary on that, but yes. And John, I mean, you can chime in for anything you need to.
That will be correct. We'll go back far enough. It should be about 90 feet, right? So we can maintain that. And the reason we did that is to see if, the idea will allow us to do an irrigation season. And typically, I know you don't, so that's just a step, and ask for you guys if you don't allow it, then you have to go back in when the water's fine.
What do you encase that wire in when, you're drilling a tunnel like that?
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it's not HDPE, it's a 2-inch. It's actually got 3 interducts embedded in that. And then once we get that placed, you bore it, you pull it back in, and then what you do is bend that way you can pull the fiber in.
What diameter of bore will you drill?
I think it's a little bit more of about 3-inch. 3/4 inch.
Okay, well, I will admit, I did not catch the discrepancy between what I saw in special conditions in the license and the construction drawing. I should have used my glasses to see that said 20 feet.
Yeah, and that's just them taking that extra precaution outside of what we have in our special conditions.
So my concern is that's not what the special conditions say. My concern is the special conditions say it'll be no less than 5 feet and no construction allowed during irrigation season. I am uncertain how to proceed on these. I'm uncertain how to even discuss how we're changing these and whether or not it's compliant. Please.
Normally, we just call them a variance, it's a request for variance, so it's something we can remove from the special conditions if the variance is approved to allow that. So that's kind of what the assumption under.
Do I have a written variance in front of me to consider today?
Not in front of you.
Okay, probably have some more questions, but are there other questions from the board before Mr. Gambo proceeds? Mr. Roderosa.
Mr. President, who, I suppose it's JSI, but who did the engineering to make sure that we wouldn't have a washout of the irrigation channel from digging a pit on either side? Who determined that 90 feet and how was that calculated?
John?
So the calculation was by JSI, just where your right of way is, we want to make sure we're beyond your right of way with our directional bore machine and our pit to accommodate for that 20 feet. The 20 feet is an additional, make sure, and I don't know if you're aware of it. You can actually have a locator, but when you're starting to go back in, that locator actually gives you depth so you can follow it in. That way we're well below the culvert, we want to make sure, if you did it, that allows your irrigation system, so you would know that we're definitely not going to be able to reach the ditch. I mean, that's definitely something we want to make sure you're sort of cautious about making sure.
My question wasn't so much about depth as distance from the ditch.
Distance from the ditch.
So perhaps I can restate it if I understood Mr. Robirosa's question. He is concerned about the structural integrity of our facility filled with water if you dig a pit 90 feet from that structure. Will that jeopardize the bank of our structure?
No, because we'll be outside of that structure. Not 90 feet, it will not.
Is the right of way, the distance that is,
You're talking about crossing right on this one. So when you're talking about crossing, if we're talking, this is your ditch, we're gonna be 90 feet away from it underneath.
is the right of way the sufficient distance we need from the berms, from the levees of our canals to ensure that they don't collapse?
So that's an engineering question. I'm gonna put Mr. Lutz on the spot. Is the right of way the limit of our authority?
Well, I would say this, I mean, you're governing where they enter your right of way. Their proposal is 90 feet outside in terms of their engineering specifications. But you have the right to say whether they can enter your right of way at all. And then the question is when you're talking about the bank itself, is that where the right of way limit is? I mean, are those in the exact same spot, which is more of an engineering thing.
Mr. Robirosa.
So let's come up with a hypothetical situation. Suppose that there was a massive load of gold just outside of our right of way. And the only way to get to it would be to strip mine down 200 feet. Would our ditch collapse? And if it were to collapse, would the mining company be responsible for reinforcing that bank, even though it's outside of our right of way?
Well, if it damaged your right of way in the process of doing this, and this is something that, for example, fracking, we deal with all the time because fracking comes in from a different entry point. So yes, I mean, if there's damage to your property, by which in your hypothetical, trying to get that load of gold that's outside of your property, then yes, you're entitled to.
You have no follow-up? No, that was my point. Yeah. We had it. Secondly.
I just had an addition, it's whatever the right of way is at that location, at that crossing, it's still 90 feet past that.
Right.
For, whatever difference that makes.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Rod?
Horizontal
Yes.
dig, or is it a?
It's a directional boring machine, so it actually can go horizontal, but it's gonna go vertically down and then go back up.
So it is like in a horseshoe shape.
Correct.
Oh, so, Mr. Robirosa?
So you won't have to dig a ditch.
We have to dig a pit under, so you have the ditch, if this is the ditch coming here, the boring machine will be 90 feet below. If that puts water in it, and it's like a pipe right that pushes the bore head back under, it comes back under, you have to have the bore pit 90 feet away from your right of way to go back in, because that's where you're gonna come back up.
How deep is that bore? Well, it's just the bore, right? Or do you have to dig an additional pit?
We just dig a like 3x3 pit just to come back and pick it up, and that's normally where we're gonna probably set a handful in there.
Okay, I think there's no way that a 3x3 foot pit would make a difference 90 feet out.
Thank you, Mr. Robirosa. Mr. Plato?
As my observation is in the drawing, it's gonna be a shallow pit, they're gonna angle down, by the time they hit our right of way, they're 20 feet deep, go across and angle back up. So I mean, I can't see a problem, possibly a problem for us.
That's
Thank you,
correct.
Mr. Plato. Yes, sir.
Can I make another comment? I mean,
Please.
telecommunication companies do this all the time. We're going 20 feet down. Most of them do the required 5 feet, so we're doing just going additional depth for you, which you probably approve these permits all the time.
Very good. Mr. Garai.
This same company in our area just put in that internet. I saw many of them. They're pretty safe.
Thank you for that input, Mr. Garai. So the piece I will put to staff. The licenses we have before us today do not say that. And so what our licenses say is they can do this at a depth of at least 5 feet, and they cannot do it during irrigation season. By my calculation, we will not be in irrigation season by our next regular board meeting. If there's a variance being requested, this board needs to see that in writing, please.
Okay.
Because as it stands, these permits will not allow what was just described in irrigation season. They can go 20 feet deep if they want. That's in excess of 5 feet. They can't do it during irrigation season, which I think is the whole point of going that deep, if I understand it correctly. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Next one here is gonna be similar, and so it's license number 022. Construct and operate, maintain buried fiber optic line crossing the road lateral. This is at station 220. Next license, 023. Construct, operate, maintain buried fiber optic line crossing the hatch drain at approximate station 1.1+50. License number 024.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Plaisdell.
I just have a question. A drain's a very different thing from a lateral. Are they gonna go 20 feet below the bottom of that drain?
From what I signed, yes, that's right. Right.
Yes.
That's every board crossing.
Oh,
Yeah, they're taking extra precautions.
Thank you.
Next license 024 to construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the hatch drain at approximate station 36+75.
Mr. Gambo, I have a question for Mr. Sloan.
We just had a NIFWIP lady here and, anyway, we were talking about doing all these different future piping projects.
Correct.
The one thing that might be for the future is these permits we're doing, if all of a sudden we take and we put a buried line or anything in there, and then we decide to put a pipe lateral.
Right.
Are we gonna get ourselves into just having a complete spaghetti mess in the future where all of a sudden we go, we're gonna pipe this 2-mile stretch, we got stuff going everywhere. That's something that we need to start considering in these permits that.
You're talking about like an 811 type?
No.
To know what's in the
just
ground
more
while
like,
you're.
you know, if you're gonna pipe lateral versus an open canal.
Right.
Maybe Leo knows this, what depth you're gonna drop that pipe down, it's not gonna be the same level where the canal was probably.
That's why we ask that it's no less than 5 feet.
So so for 5 piping goes, we've still got enough.
We've never put in a pipeline that has had to go below the original inverted canal that.
Okay.
So siphons and culverts, those could be slightly different, but those inverts are already on record. And if someone comes in to ask for a permit, then they'll have to go through a plan.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Barrett. When we pipe a lateral, the piping project is still at or above the designed invert of the structure.
Yeah, but it's done deliberately like that, so it stays so clean.
The design invert, yeah.
Yes.
And all of these permits are stated and will be no less than 5 feet below the design invert.
That's correct.
Of our structure. Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Excellent question, Mr. Sloan.
Next license, 026. To construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Anacostura drain. Next license, 027. Construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Angostura lateral License number 028 to construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Leesburg Main Canal. License number 029, construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Rincon Drain or Rincon Main Canal. License number 030, construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Rincon Drain. License number 031, construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Rincon G lateral. License 034, construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line crossing the Hatch Drain. And this is the parallel one I was talking about earlier. This is license number 035 to construct, operate, and maintain a buried fiber optic line paralleling between the Anagostura lateral and the Hatch Drain from approximate stations 37.00 plus 00 to 72 plus 00.
So I do have a question on this one, but I think
Sir.
it may be answered. It's really deep, paralleling the drain. And I have a design drawing on that one, so.
Okay.
I wanted to ensure that depth is possible, because that's a huge open bury, if it's doing an open bury. I did see a design document on that one. How is that depth being accomplished for the parallel?
The parallel wasn't going to be accomplished at point, we're going to do the parallel and we're still going to keep it out. 4 feet.
So it's, would you bring back up the requirement, please? The requirement is no less than 3 feet below the invert of the drain. Is this a drain or is it lateral?
The Hatch Drain.
Thank you. I don't know what the design depth of that drain is, but this is a from surface depth, probably 15 feet
From the surface of the invert,
from ground surface.
ground surface.
So the invert being 10, 12 feet below, potentially below the surface elevation.
So my understanding is, because this is coming down Highway 5, right? And that's where the drain is about 3 feet off of the edge, 3-4 feet off of the edge of the highway right away, right? So then I guess the clarification is that's 4 feet below the grade of what would be normally the bank, right? Which is actually the highway right, not the invert.
I believe the answer to that is no. So let me read this and make sure it doesn't say it. Yeah, paralleling shall be buried along and within the outside 5 feet of EBID right of way, no less than 3 feet below the invert of the drain or surrounding natural ground, whichever is lowest.
Correct. Go ahead, we'll have to go ahead and draw it, let's see, 20 feet then.
Okay. So I just wanted to, my question was to ensure that expectations were being met, that's what the permit states.
Yes.
And that is a long D4.
Is that reasonable, or should the permit just be amended?
So, let me address the first question about, is that reasonable? What is the purpose for having these below the invert when they're paralleling? Our structures are subject to wash-ins when there are flood events, irrigation incidents, etc. And the purpose of having it 5 feet below the invert is that they will not wash in deeper than the invert. They will not wash in deeper than the invert. I do believe, yeah, that's what my experts are agreeing to. So therefore, the licensed activity is not subject to damage from a wash-in, which could lead to a potential hazard for either district personnel or EBID members. Mr. Goldberg.
This could be a wild request, but could we be, or EBID be indemnified from hitting the line in case we ever hit the line? Because I've hit a fiber optic line. I've hit a couple, and that's been
So
as pleasant as it sounds.
I'm going to suggest that indemnification is beyond the scope of our discussion for issuing these licenses.
Okay,
And probably appropriate for a larger discussion on our license policy.
okay,
The purpose of its depth is not for being hit in normal operations. The purpose of this standard is for potential harm
to the structure.
to EBID staff or EBID members during an emergency situation where a wash-in may have exposed this licensed activity.
And sometimes I think, you don't necessarily have to dig to break the line. You pull a tree, push over a tree, and the roots break it. I think you break it, you buy it.
So there are some general conditions in our permit that get into matters like that.
Yeah.
About responsibility. But why do they have to go so deep? At a wash-in at 2 a.m. in the dark, where we have emergency water operations, we need to not have anything in the way that could lead to an accident or injury. And if they are below the invert, it will not wash into that facility. It substantially reduces the risk to EBID staff or EBID members who are trying to rectify an emergency water situation. That's the purpose of its step. And I recognize that not everyone here has been exposed to that discussion. We've had that discussion at depth numerous times. And it seems extreme. At times, it's very difficult to comply, specifically with pressurized sewer lines when they have to go that deep. It is intended for the protection of the district personnel, and members. Mr. Gambo, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Mr. Barrett, do you have anything to add to that? No. Thank you very much both for letting me call on Mr. Clayshall.
To be sure I understand, because this is kind of a rambling discussion, how deep is this line gonna be?
They are talking about they will go ahead and do their 20.
20 feet below the bottom of the drain.
That's,
Yes, I'm sorry.
that's,
And how again do you do that? Because I missed that.
That's the direction bore machine.
But the distance?
This is gonna be quite,
no box.
yes, it is.
Or they do it in pieces or what?
Well, you would have the answer to that, but
We would have.
The length of that.
we'd Probably have to do it, we could probably get it done in one piece. We might have to get it done in two, but we're gonna have to do it one to make sure that it's fine.
Wow.
Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Gambo,
yes,
we had talked in a pre-board meeting about what side it was gonna be on
correct.
to, potentially lessen the effect to Hatch Valley Produce, which is right there.
That's
Is there
correct.
a resolution on that?
That's actually what this is here. We went and made those adjustments and we spoke to the contractor. And so what it was on, I believe it was Porter Farms. It was on their land originally. And after our discussions that we had, we thought it would be in the best interest of the farmer to go ahead and remove that line and put it between the hatch drain and 185.
Just wanted to let the board know.
And
we
so-
talked about that to lessen the effect on.
Absolutely.
Is that okay with the company?
Yes, yeah, they were perfectly fine with that. And those adjustments are made on this license.
Thank you very much. I have a second question, but there any more discussion on that question? My second question is that the second special condition in this appears to be duplicative.
I saw that.
Is there a reason for that second condition?
There's not. I took these special conditions straight from the policy book. And it was next in line, so I went in, highlighted that or copied it and added it to it.
So if there's no objection from the board, I would ask that second condition be removed. So to be clear, I'm asking for the second condition. Permit or license number 2024 L-035.
What's that condition?
So if the condition says utilities adjacent to drains will be installed no less than 3 feet below natural surface. That is covered in the previous condition. All right, hearing no objection from the board, would you please continue, Mr. Kendall?
Sure.
I do have,
But Mr. Robirosa.
so it says, buried crossings must be metal encased throughout EBID right of way. Does that apply to all of the other permits as well?
Anytime they crossing our right of way, yes, we require that.
So then when you do that bore, or when the contractor does that bore, they will put, high density polyethylene into a metal encased, into a metal tube.
That would be in there.
You would ask for a variance on that, but the HDB, I think.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Robirosa.
Okay, moving on to the next license here. So we have license number 032. This is from Lower Rio Grande Public Water Works. To construct, operate, and maintain a new buried 8-inch water line crossing above the Chamberlain drain at approximately station 163+00. License number 033. This is Zia Natural Gas and Charles Tharp. To construct, operate, and maintain a new buried 2-inch HDPE gas pipe leading to a newly installed irrigation well, 2-inch HDPE pipe gas pipe. It will be crossing an existing culvert at the Leesburg drain.
I have a question on this one.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gambo, Mr. Lutz. So I'm accustomed to Zia Natural Gas's permits and their land use fees being covered under an agreement between the district and Zia Natural Gas. This appears to not be the case for this one.
This one, you'll see this one and I believe the next one are asking for the land use fees to be waived.
Okay,
And that's due to agriculture use.
Mr. Francois.
That agreement's expired. We're working on updating the agreement now.
Thank you very much. So this permit then is in compliance with our general licensing policy.
Correct.
That explains it. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Lutz?
And we added Mr. Tharp's name to that for that reason, to show that it was not just a utility for natural gas, it was related to the farm operations.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz.
License number 037. To construct, operate, and maintain a new 10-inch well discharge pipe to pump in and take out irrigation water from the central lateral and an aerial electrical line crossing the central lateral at approximate station 6+50. And the last one we have here is gonna be El Paso Electric, license number 038. To construct, operate, and maintain an aerial electrical line crossing the Leesburg Main Canal. And that completes the 21 licenses.
Thank you very much.
Sir,
Are there any of the presented licenses that a board member would like to act on separately? Would like to have us act on separately? Mr. Robirosa?
Can we approve, licenses contingent upon receiving, requests for variance later, or should we, kick all of those to the next board meeting?
So I think we have many options there. Can we approve them contingent? I don't think it is necessary. If they comply with the stated conditions of the license, these licenses are compliant with our policy. Prior to beginning construction, if I understand correctly, there has been a request to increase the depth placement of some of these utilities. To allow them to do construction during irrigation season. I would suggest the licenses stand as valid without that variance. The permission to construct during irrigation season does not, that they would require that variance. Mr. Lutz, what is your opinion?
I would agree with that opinion, and I would say, as you noted earlier, there would be time to present that at the regular board meeting next month if they wanted to present a written variance to allow that into the board to consider.
Because if the board denies that variance, the licenses still stand, they simply must comply with the conditions of the licenses. And they can always choose not to execute their license if that compliance is unworkable. Not all licenses get, the actions licensed don't always occur. Other questions, or specifically, are there any licenses that would like to be pulled for separate action? Mr. Glacial.
Sure, all these that are not the fiber optic cable, we should be able to act on those now, should we not?
We should be able to act on all of them if you choose. The fiber optic licenses do stand on their own. If they want an exception to the either the construction timing requirement of the license, excuse me, if they want a variance to the construction timing portion of the license, or the metal casing requirement of the license, that will require a variance, they can apply for that variance at a separate time.
Mr. President, I would suggest that we act on all of them except those. They get those ones from the fiber optic rewritten to our satisfaction, bring them back the next month, we'll act on them then.
So that has been, so that is the suggestion from Mr. Glacial.
I'll make a motion
There we go.
to accept license, number 1 through 4. And also number 18 through 21, waiving the fee for Charles Tharp and Alvarez Farms.
Very good. Is there a second to that? Second by Mr. Tharp, and I'm going to list out the license numbers for the record.
Okay.
This is a motion to approve licenses 2023 L 267, 2023 L 268, 2024 L 018, 2024 L 019, 2024 L 032, 2024 L 033 with the waiver of the fees. Well, excuse me, of the land use fees, 2024 L 037 with the waiver of the land use fees, and 2024 L 038. That is the motion before the board. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. What is the will of the board regarding the remaining licenses?
I make a motion that these licenses get rewritten, presented at the next board meeting, rewritten to what they really want and what they're advocating for.
So
Maybe make a motion to deny the way they're written.
do that too. So that's two different things. Let me start with the motion that Mr. Clayshall is making. I believe that is a motion to postpone the approval of those licenses, which is different than a motion to deny them. I've got a motion on the floor. I need to take the action on that. Mr. Clayshall, is that correct? So I have a motion from Mr. Clayshall to postpone approval of licenses 2024-051 or the licenses for the fiber optics. And I will go through and list those as necessary. Is there a second? I have a second from Mr. Garai. Mr. Lutz, is this a debatable motion? It's a motion to postpone. I don't recall off the top of my head. So before I proffer my opinion,
I don't know why off the top of my head, I think it isn't.
me too.
I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
I just want to verify it. So we haven't entered debate on that motion yet because I have to determine if it's debatable.
Well, and a motion to postpone is usually there's a main motion on the table, which is someone either to, accept or deny the licenses, and someone then moves to postpone that main motion. So I'm just thinking in terms of
Yeah,
the standard approach, we probably jumped ahead one step.
yeah. We're postponing an item of action before the board, per our agenda.
Here, make a motion to accept them and then, and second, then vote it down.
Well, then,
No, I'm getting a real quick answer that motions to postpone are debatable. And maybe that's appropriate. If we come to an item of business, we don't even want to make a motion, we just want to postpone the item of business. It seems appropriate.
yeah,
All right, and the quick rule I got in my 5-second look is that it's a debatable motion. But I have two opinions off the top of their head that it was not, and I was not sure, so I want to confirm that.
So what we are looking for, a variance, right? That's what, good.
I gotta wait and find out if the motion is debatable before I can take your information.
Okay.
okay, give me 1 second. I keep reading that a motion to postpone has to be related to a main motion. Are you almost thinking of a motion to table?
It just brings it back to the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna simply make a decision. My decision is that that is a valid motion and that it is debatable. All right, with that, we will start with input from the board. Mr. Roby Rosa.
Mr. President, based on our discussion just 5 minutes ago, I think what I understood you said was that the permits that are in front of us are valid permits. They currently cannot, do any construction during irrigation season. If they want to do that, then they can come back with a request for variance at a later meeting, but their permits are valid permits. Is that correct?
That is how I understand it. So these permits are compliant with my understanding of our licensing policy. They are compliant with what I am accustomed to seeing.
Then if that's the case, I propose that we accept them and allow them to get started on their construction right now while we're still not in irrigation season.
Thank you, Mr. Roby Rosa. Other input from the board?
Is that a motion?
No.
No.
That's an opinion that essentially said he opposes the motion. Yeah, I'll be pointing this again, Boa.
Oh, well, him through him, I guess.
John.
Is he, how long is this project gonna take, and are you wanting to get going through the irrigation season?
So remind me what the dates are for the irrigation season? June first.
Through August 15th, like maybe August 31st.
First, we'd like to try to get some of them done, but we could probably facilitate getting them all done after we have it.
So if that's the case, then they need the variance.
So
I, sorry, Mr. Sloan, I didn't understand.
He said they won't probably get started till June 1st, they're gonna have to go through the irrigation
So you
season.
probably will not get started before June 1st?
we're gonna try to get done as many as we can done before then. So what I'd like to do is, and this is just an option, you guys can approve that. And I think what I need, if I can go back and do the variance, I have approved permits, so I can move on according to what you guys have already said it is compliant to the permit. Because that's a valid permit. And if I need to do a variance, I gotta come back before the next board meeting. If I got one or two that I need to want to change, I can go back and do that.
Thank you. Other comments from the board? So I pose a motion to postpone. I do think that these permits are valid. The applicant has stated that they are prepared to begin construction in compliance with these permits. It is once we get into water season that they want to continue with construction, it would require a variance. I don't find it necessary to postpone these. The applicant could also decide to simply suspend construction operations until after the irrigation season and then finish them in compliance with the permits. I don't see a need to postpone them. Comment.
First thing, my problem is, they do these licenses, and they have permission to go 5 feet below the input, not 20 feet.
That's correct.
So that is not what the intention is, and needs to be cleared up before I'll open, when you take that.
Thank you, Mr. Plato. All right, hearing no other comments from the board, the motion on the floor is to postpone to the next board meeting for these permits. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yep. So the ayes have it. I heard one vote against by Mr. Roby Rosen. So these permits are postponed to the May board meeting. Brings us to item C. Initial consideration to purchase a portion of the park grade. Per our,
Just President,
Mr. Claypool.
did we have on all the others already?
That is correct.
Okay, we got them all. That's all on, just be sure you have all the bases covered, thank you.
Okay. Relinquishment policy. So in compliance with our relinquishment policy, a letter has been submitted to the district outlining the intent of planned acquisition. And there'll be a presentation by the manager, the engineer, or the finance director for review and recommendations. That's where we're at in the process to be compliant with our policy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All righty, so we have Austin Tharp requesting to purchase this portion of the park drain. Approximate station 455 plus 465. We're looking at a total acreage of 2.4 acres, around 1,000 linear feet of the park drain. This is currently piped underground. We haven't used it. It's just kind of been there after the initial piping, after they built the courthouse, I believe. When it comes to some issues, I would look to Leo if there's any issues regarding any of the sale of that pipe portion of the park drain.
No, the developer at the time paid for the pipe and buried it, and the box structures are in place, the infrastructure's there, and it's paid for by the developer at the time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
We need to finish the presentation first.
At the current moment, staff doesn't see issues with the sale of the portion of the park drain. We recommend approval of the sale, but that of course goes to the board. The issue comes up of the moratorium that was set in place, and that's our current issue right now, how we would proceed with the moratorium that was placed in 2019. And if that's something we would still continue to bring up, we do have more requests coming in, and that's something we would like to know if it's something we would continue to keep bringing up as well. Oh, sorry.
Presentation?
Yes.
So with the completion of the presentation, the recommendation from staff is to approve the sale. The current policy of this board is that there's a moratorium on the sale of any district property. There are a list of things for us to consider when we're doing a sale. But before we even get to that point, we have a moratorium on sales. There would need to be action from this board to change that. That's it. Mr. Clark, you have a question?
I do, the developer that put the pipe in, do they have some sort of easement with EBID for that, or they just decided to do it because they wanted to?
No, I'm sorry. but
Mr. Barrett, Leo has more of the history.
This was about 16 years ago, 15, 16 years ago. And they planned to develop this before the courthouse was built. And we came in and we actually did the pipe installation, and they paid for the pipe and built 2 box structures, if I remember right, 2 or 3. And it's all stormwater. And so from my understanding at the time, parking lot was gonna go in, it was gonna be developed for business. And the boxes and the covers for the boxes to support automobiles and actual, traffic. And, it never happened.
So they don't have any standing right to the property?
I don't believe so, no. I think if anything, it was, they were trying to get an easement to be able to use it. And, they were to pay for the pipe for that.
And then EBID was gonna grant them an easement to use it as a parking lot?
I believe so, yes.
Sam has a question as well.
Sorry, say it again.
Sam, I believe, it says Sam has her hand raised.
Thank you. Ms. Saltek, I'll be right to you, Mr. Roby Rosa.
So is this gonna be a portion of the drain that eventually may be used for, stormwater capture with the projects that we're doing? With your reclamation network?
So, I'm gonna suggest that that question is, germane, but beyond the scope of the initial piece, which is the moratorium. So you're getting into specifics about this particular. Those are questions we need to ask with regards to a particular relinquishment.
I would suggest that it is relevant to the moratorium, because when we want to keep a moratorium on sales if we're not sure exactly which drains we're gonna use?
So that argument I would accept, like, we are uncertain which drains we're going to be using for future projects. Perhaps we should keep a moratorium in place. Mrs. Olive.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the question related to easements, we only have one known easement we have granted at EBID to benefit someone, and this is not it. And the only correction I would have to what Leo updated you on was that we did not have plans to grant an easement here, but we were negotiating land use matters.
Thank you, Ms. Salve. Words have meaning and appreciate that. We fumbled them quite a bit on the board here. I was not around at this time. I expect that there was discussions of licensing a use of this property, which is substantially different than a license. Thank you for that clarification, Mrs. Salve. To the moratorium. So the discussion of the moratorium isn't on our agenda today, but to resolve this purchase, we would need to have a discussion and action taken on the moratorium. Is the board asking for that, or are we simply responding with, there's a moratorium, we are not considering requests for relinquishment? Oh, Mr. Garai.
I had a question for you. How long has it been since you installed that pipe?
It's been close to, it's 15, 16 years, because it's about the 2nd or 3rd year when I started.
And the life of that, estimated life of that pipe?
Well, content tells us as long as you've got the proper compaction and proper materials against it, up to, I think it's 40 years is the warranty on the pipe.
And hypothetically, if it collapses, who's responsible for fixing
Depends on whether there's a permit. If Samantha says there's not a permit, then that's a good question. We'd have to research why we did it and what were all the circumstances around it.
Mr. Fleischer.
Mr. President, reconsideration moratorium is not on the agenda. It's 2:30. I'm not debating that issue now.
Do you wish the moratorium to be brought up at a future board meeting?
That's a complicated subject we're gonna have to deal with, yes.
Should we kick that to the land use committee?
I was gonna say the same.
Thank you, Mr. Brancho. I thank you, Mr. Golden Rosa. So it has been suggested that the consideration of the moratorium be sent to committee to be considered by the land use committee. Is there any opposition to that recommendation? That it is so directed, the consideration of the moratorium be sent to the land use committee. So like, I don't know who's on that committee, I don't know what other cross committee items we've got. And so the quick question is, do you want a May trigger on that?
Probably not.
All right, to be reported back at the June board meeting by the land use committee. John, just be sure that I'm clear. All right. So the board takes no action on item C at this time. Oh. Brings us to item 16, HR and safety update. Mr. Solopek, I believe you are Mr. Esslinger's voice. Do you have anything to state other than what is in our packet?
No, Mr. President, it's in your packet.
Thank you. So the HR safety update is in the packet. It is a useful piece of information to understand the current status of our workforce. Please review it. Ready to transfer here. We might have my, here it is. One moment while I pull my script up. You know what page it is? Oh. Let me see. Mine's going pretty slow. Aha, thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I call to order the board of directors convened to sit as the board to hear suspension and transfer applications. I will note that all board members are present except for Mr. Lack. The board is convened to act upon applications by landowners in the district to transfer water rights pertinent to lands within the district which are not suitable for irrigation or capable of being properly irrigated to other lands within the district. These applications are filed under section 73-13-4 of the New Mexico statutes. This board will decide if, within their judgment, the other lands within the district may be profitably and advantageously irrigated. The applicants are identified as listed on Exhibit A. The applicants were required to publish notice in any newspaper published within Doñana County of EBID taking action to consider a resolution allowing the transfer. The publication should have listed the time and place of this meeting, listed the action to be taken by this board, listed a description of the move to and move from lands, and listed the reason for the requested transfer. Does staff have a copy of the notice of publication?
Yes, sir, we do.
Were all of the required points in the publication?
Yes, sir.
Was the last publication date made prior to this hearing?
Yes, sir, it was.
We will now proceed with presentation by staff. After that,
the board members can ask questions of the staff.
Good afternoon. We have one water transfer. It's 2022 WTS 019. Jesus Endora Gatto is transferring 4.46 water-righted acres to Crosstown Construction and Trucking LLC. If approved, Mr. and Mrs. Gatto will no longer have water rights, and Crosstown Construction and Trucking LLC will have a new total of 8.92. Staff recommends approval.
Are there any questions from the board of staff? Mr. Garage?
All these are current on their. Not delinquent or anything?
No, sir, they're correct.
At this point in time, the board will take evidence and testimony from the applicants or their representatives, or any persons who are here to protest the applications. We will proceed with any presentations by the applicants. After that, the board members and EBID staff can ask questions of the applicants. Would the applicants or their representatives introduce themselves? Do we have?
Can we go back to the Zoom? None of the applicants, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Will you, I realize we're not sharing the screen that shows the transfer. Will you please share the screen?
There we go.
Thank you. Are there any protestants who wish to speak? If so, please identify yourselves for the record. I didn't see anyone there either. Did you, Madam Secretary?
No, Mr. President.
Are there any other comments from staff or the board? The chair will now entertain a motion to have a resolution to approve or disapprove the applications.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Tharp. I saw a second by Mr. Colquitt to approve the resolution. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And for the record, the resolution number is 2024 S&T -004. I will ask that the resolution be formalized as called for by section 73-13-5 of the New Mexico statutes, and that the secretary of the board immediately certify and file with the state engineer a true copy of the resolution and action of the board. If there are any protestants who disagree with the action of the board, you may appeal this decision directly to the district court as provided under section 73-13-4 of the New Mexico statutes. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn the board sitting to hear the applications.
Motion so made.
I have a motion by Mr. Colquitt, excuse me. I have a motion by Mr. Clayton, seconded by Mr. Garai to adjourn the suspension transfer hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our open session agenda. We have a closed session agenda. At this point in time, I will accept a motion to go into closed session to discuss the agenda items.
Motion so made.
Motion made by Mr. Clayshall, seconded by Mr. Colquitt to go into closed session. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We are in closed session. If you would just pause it for me. We have come out of closed session. I will note that no items were discussed other than those included in the motion to go into closed session. At this point, we have concluded our agenda. I will accept the motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
I have a motion from, Mr. Roby Rosa, seconded by Mr. Glacial to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned.
Right.
To the board, really quick, if any of you want any one-on-one prep before, our meeting